present for you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Zach, we'll start.
All right, great.
I'll start this meeting, May 18th, 2016, Oceanside City Council, Harbor Decker, CDC. Roll call, please.
Mayor Wood?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lowry?
Here.
Councilmember Feller?
Here.
Councilmember Kern?
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Ready?
Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you. Council meeting closed session to have a conference with its labor negotiator involving ongoing negotiations with the Western Council of Engineers, management employees of the City of Oceanside, Oceanside Police Officers Association non-sworn, and the unrepped. Anybody else? And the Oceanside Firefighters Association.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. Start the council meeting. We have it in two parts, 5 o'clock and again at 6 o'clock for the second half of this issue. If you haven't been here before, there's a schedule for what's going to be on the agenda today on the back. You're going to bring it up. Also, before we start, I always ask this, if you have a pager or a cell phone, if you put it on silent or vibrate, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Clerk, how about starting with a roll call and then consent calendar?
Yeah, Mayor Wood.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lowry.
Here.
Councilmember Feller.
Here.
Councilmember Kern.
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
And consent calendar items 3 through 11. Item number 12 has been removed, and item 13 will be on the consent calendar as well.
Thank you very much.
I'd like to pull an item,
Yes.
number 11. I have a couple of questions about that.
Okay. Check, hold on.
Move approval of balance.
Yeah.
11.
12 is removed and item 11, Chuck's pulling. Any public items?
No public.
Thank you very much. And we have a motion. Do we have a second on that?
Yes, there's a second.
Thank you. And on that item, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0. Item number 11 is adoption of resolutions permitting the provision of property-assessed clean energy programs within the city, authorizing the city to participate in the California Municipal Financial Authority and the California Statewide Communities Development Authority PACE program, authorizing the CSCDA to accept applications from property owners, conduct contractual assessment proceedings, and levy contractual assessments within the city, adding the city as an associate member of the CMFA to permit the provision of PACE program services within the city, making certain findings and authorizing certain matters necessary to participate in the California PACE programs, and authorizing related actions.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Mayor,
Yeah, I'd
please.
like to have a little detail about what the PACE programs mean and how they would impact people who live here in Oceanside. Do we have staff here to do that? Thank you. Thank you, Mo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Mo Lasai. I'm the Environmental Officer for the city. And what you have before you is a two PACE program that recently have asked if they can have the City Council pass a resolution that they can offer the program here. Just a little background. PACE program is the program that allows the folks to have the property owners or commercial and residential to get a low interest rate loan to do the improvement of, related to the energy efficiency and water conservation. And the loan actually goes toward a property, not toward a person that gets it. So, and then we already have 4 PACE program that you all passed the resolution. We have Hero, we have Fig Tree, Wide Green, and California First. So now there are 2 more are coming that's what you have before you. And I have asked the rep of these 2 PACE programs to be here. So I believe they are here. So here they are. But I actually, myself, as a city staff, have heard through the city manager's office that there are some concern with from the realtors that they want to make sure that the consumers are protected when they go through these loans. So that was great that city manager shared that article with me. And then I start calling them and I said, what are you guys doing for protecting the consumer when they get these loans? So, and I have the reps to explain to you how they're going to protect the consumers if you wish. But basically, the big things is right here. We don't want people give bad loan to the people or just what we have in financial in 2008 or 2007. So consumer protection is a big thing right now with PACE, and the policies have been developed by some of these companies. I mean, some of these organizations, not companies. So if you have any question, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'll be happy to answer, or have the folks to come here and respond.
So can you just kind of briefly tell me what makes the proposal today different from the other 4 that we already have, that we're already doing business with?
Yes, I can. The CMFA is actually coming with the with the idea for us to join the JPA that they're going to be having, Joint Powers Authority, but the CSCDA already, it's part of the group of PACE that we are part of the JPA. So we don't have to join the JPA related to the CSDCA, but then for CMFA, yes, we need to, that's what.
The acronyms.
Right, I'm sorry, yeah, the acronyms, I can tell you, Municipal Finance Authority, California Municipal Finance Authority, that is the acronym for CMFA, and the other one is called California Statewide Community Development Authority, CSCDA, PACE program.
So, do we have a lot of people taking advantage of these programs currently in the city of Oceanside?
Actually, it is, because one of the organization, Hero, periodically gives me update of how many loans they have given, how many projects that have been completed, how many jobs that have been created by this. So again, there's local contractors that they hire to do the work. And then I have the info related to one of them. As I said, Hero stays in touch, telling me about what they have done, and they are very active in our city. Yes.
So I saw a property that was for sale, the first one I've seen, that was in Peacock Hills or Costa Serena. It was a 55 and up house, or detached unit, attached. And they had one of those systems on it, and it's in their disclosure materials. This is like 2 weeks ago. I saw it listed online for sale. It said that you would be taking over responsibility for the program that the person participated in that put solar on their rooftop. Is that what people typically do?
Well, usually, yeah, a lot of things go for alternative source of energy, but then people know that beside putting a solar, which is kind of more bigger project, retrofitting is actually the best thing is right now is happening, because people, they know if they retrofit their house, they can save tremendous amount of energy.
So you're talking about putting new windows on and
Yes.
doing real substantial insulation and
Installations and all that. That's the big, that's a big benefit for when you do these kind of projects.
So based on this proposal that we have today, and considering that we already have access to similar programs, it will add to this, what the Oceanside residents will use to approve
Yes,
this?
yeah, I think it's going to be more options for people to choose from. Yes, and the city, by the way, we have no involvement. My only involvement is to bring these matters to you, and then the other thing is that I would like to bring to your attention: if these organizations do not do the way we would like to see it, if we see a lot of complaint, you can always pull the resolution. That's it. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Once the resolution is out, you can't do any more work.
Okay, that's great.
Okay.
Well, yes, thank you. I'm going to move approval on this item then.
Okay. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
support. All of you.
Thank you.
Please vote on... Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. Mo, I have a question.
Yes,
Since
sir.
since the inception, how many houses have we fixed?
I think the statistic is pretty big. I don't know if I brought the copy of the stat with me, but I can provide that to you via city manager's office. But it is a very, I do have a chart, and I don't know if I brought it with me. In fact, it might be in my office, but it is very significant, Councilman Feller. It is very significant. I would say probably in a ballpark of hundreds of the homes that have done this, maybe even more than that.
Oh, we have 65,000, so
You're right. I would
not
say,
that high.
no, I'm just guessing right now, but I would say if it's probably in the 1,000 too. So if I see,
Well, the change, when I read this, I was thinking that the change to me sounded like maybe it could be something that affects the actual homeowner, the taxpayer, the person paying for this, but I was assured by the city manager that it wasn't, but, you know, it is, you know, it's all in the art of the beholder. I hope we don't have a windmill on every roof, so, anyway, thank you.
Yeah, no, I think, as I said, it's mostly the loans are now used for retrofitting than getting the more substantial ones like solar. But would you like me to give that a statistic later on to? Okay, I will give that to our city manager to distribute to all of you. For Hero, that's the one I have, which is very substantial. Okay.
I thought we had 4 in place. Isn't
Well,
there
yeah,
others?
the one that gives me a lot of, they have a good website, and I get a lot of info from them, just that I can ask for the rest of them to give me the same
Please.
thing. Yes,
Please.
I'll get all 4 of them. I will. Thank you. Any other question?
Please vote.
Okay.
Motion approved, 5-0. Item number 14 is approval of a professional services agreement with Project Design Consultant of San Diego in the amount of $430.
Could we, Mr. Mayor, could we do item number 25 first?
We're finished with
Apologize.
the consent calendar.
Correct.
We're going to do item 14, and I'm pulling up item number 28, be done at the same time per request of the clerk. However, with the understanding about 6 o'clock, we'll have to stop and do the rest of the count. Okay?
This is item number 28. Would you like item 28 first or item 14? Okay. Item number 28 is a request by Councilmember Sanchez for a presentation on the economic and health impacts of climate change by Bruce Becker, MD, Climate Reality Leadership Corps, and Julie Chen Hare, San Diego County Policy Manager, Surfrider Foundation, and direction to staff.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Beck, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. In anticipation of beginning discussions about climate change and climate action plans, I met with Dr. Becker and Ms. Chun here, Julia, to review a presentation that they actually put together that would hopefully bring this down to easier for our residents to understand what the impacts are to a coastal city like ours in terms of health impacts, in terms of the economic impacts. And so Dr. Becker, who's up at the podium, is actually a doctor with Kaiser, or at Kaiser, and has a keen interest in these issues of climate change and climate action plans. So he has agreed to present this information to us as an introductory to the next item that's on the agenda, which is on the general item number 14. So thank you, Dr. Becker, for being here, and, you know, go ahead and start your presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to come and address the council today. I really appreciate the time. And I want to also thank Surfrider Foundation for inviting me to come speak before you today. You're probably wondering why a women's health doctor would care to come and talk about climate change and coastal impacts and health impacts. And it is because climate change is already very much a human health issue. Also, I moved down here from Los Angeles after going to college at UCSD a long time ago. I moved back here because of how much I love the coast in North County. And as you will see as I present some of this information, it's very much an issue for the health of the coast and the coastal economy here. So those are the reasons I'm here. I think you will see that it's absolutely relevant and certainly no longer a theoretical risk, something we need to address. So with that as an introduction, I'm going to move right in. Anytime we talk about climate change, we have to step back and talk just for a moment about the atmosphere. You know, when you're standing outside and you look over your head, it looks like the atmosphere goes on forever. But in fact, the atmosphere is actually incredibly thin, and it's what's responsible for keeping the Earth a habitable planet. And actually, if the Earth was a globe sitting on the desk over here, the atmosphere, the thickness of the atmosphere could be represented essentially by a layer of varnish over that globe. So it's an amazingly thin membrane that regulates temperature on the planet and keeps it livable. And what we do with it is we pump it full of gases, like an open sewer, according to some. 110 million tons of gases are pumped into our atmosphere every single day and get trapped there, and they trap heat. They're called greenhouse gases. Actually, the greenhouse effect is a good thing. It's what regulates the temperature on the planet. But too much of a good thing, as always, is not good. And so these gases trap heat. And again, 110 million tons of these gases every single day without cost are pumped into that thin little layer of atmosphere that we have over the planet. And how much heat is actually trapped there is kind of interesting. One way to look at it is through this graphic. That may seem overly dramatic, but in fact, the amount of heat trapped every single day in our atmosphere by these gases is equivalent to exploding 400,000 Hiroshima-sized nuclear bombs in our atmosphere. Every single day, 400,000 times. And what it's done is it's caused global temperatures to increase. Ever since the 1980s, there's been a steady rise in global temperature, and it's hard to ignore that being in Southern California. As I say, I've been here my whole life. It's pretty obvious to me that things have shifted. These are summertime temperatures around the world. And of course, we still have some cooler than average days and some average temperature days relative to back in the 60s and 70s when I was growing up. But there are just far fewer of them, especially relative to warmer than average days. And there's this whole new category now called extremely hot days that didn't even show up on the bell curve back 40 years ago. They're 100 times more common. And you hear about these sometimes on the news, these incredible temperatures. The heat index in Saudi Arabia last summer was for one day 165 degrees for one particular day. That's a combination of temperature plus humidity. But these temperatures are approaching unlivability in certain parts of the world at certain times. And what that's done is it's caused a change in something called the hydrological cycle, which is simply the flow of water around the planet, from evaporation to precipitation as snow and rain, and then water returning back to the ocean and going through that whole cycle. This hydrological cycle has been amplified greatly by all that extra heat energy in the atmosphere, and so what you get is extreme weather. And this is not a scene from a Hollywood movie, although it might look like it. This is a downpour in Montana. You heard probably just a couple of weeks ago that Houston got more rain in a 24-hour period than it ever had in history. And they got that amount of rain that broke all prior records before noon that day. And of course, it kept raining after that. And I have lots and lots of pictures that are not completely germane, so I didn't bring them. But I have pictures of horrible rainfall all over the world. This is France, 10 inches of rain in 3 hours. Pakistan, Argentina, it's everywhere. But what we really want to focus on tonight, and I want to take your time, is talking about Southern California impacts right now and in the near future. We'll talk about each one of these. I think they're all of interest. This looks like one of those drought maps that we've all been looking at for the last 4 years. And you see all the red and the darker red and the really dark red colors because the drought kept getting worse and they were running out of red colors to use on these maps. But what really bothers me is this is a map that was created of our drought at the end of January this year, when we were halfway through one of the largest El Niños that's ever been recorded. So we have a very, very persistent drought, even despite what was in many parts of the state more than average rainfall. So we have a serious problem with drought. Heat waves are another problem that we're currently experiencing, and one of the things that I learned studying this was that heat kills more people in this country than all other weather events combined. This gentleman is being treated for a heat stroke in a state nearby that's has the dubious distinction of being the U.S. capital for heat-related deaths. And I bet you can guess which state that is. The clue is that they come here every summer by the millions, it seems, Arizona. But the problem is that the mega heat waves, the really severe prolonged ones, are projected to increase 5 to 10 times within the next 40 years. So if right now there are maybe 7 or 10 days out of the summer that are just really, really uncomfortably hot, you can expect 5 to 10 times more of those kinds of days over the next 40 years. And fire behavior has changed. One thing I found out was that Scripps Institution of Oceanography, which I thought just studied oceans, also studies some events on land, one of them being fire behavior. And in 2013, they published a study that showed that with the temperature increase in Southern California that we'd had up to that point, that fire incidents had already tripled in Southern California. The number of fires, the number of acres burned had increased by 6 times, And fire season had lengthened by almost 80 days. And this was just with the temperature increase as of 2012. You probably remember the rim fire in Yosemite that burned for over a year. It cost over $120 million to put out that fire, and it burned over 250,000 acres. This was a massive fire. It was so big you could see it, as this photo shows, you could see it from space. Fort McMurray, the fires in the Alberta area that were just burning and have, I think, still continued to burn, another classic sort of perfect storm that you could attribute to the impacts of climate change. A drier than normal winter, smaller snowpack, early melting because of elevated temperatures, then you get a heat wave, low humidity, and big time winds, and you have these fires that just behave like nothing we've seen before. But you don't need fires, and you don't need drought, and you don't need heat waves to impact human health. And although this picture is taken in China, it's a perfect example of something that's going on currently all throughout our state. This is, somehow they found a picture of a clear day in Beijing. And here's the same photo taken on a different day. And the difference is ozone. That's what you're not being able to see through. And ozone increases in concentration when weather gets warmer. When there's a 10-degree warmer day in Southern California, you have about a 5% increase in hospitalizations, and additionally a 5% increase in deaths during every single day that's 10 degrees warmer in Southern California. So that's an immediate impact not only on those people that are going to the emergency room, but on the hospitals that have to care for them and the work days that these people miss, so the impacts on their employers. And before you think that San Diego's right on the coast so we don't have trouble with air quality, it should be noted that in the American Lung Association's very recently released report that the county of San Diego is the 21st worst ozone in the entire country. And infectious disease is another thing that's been hitting the news lately. Everybody's heard about Zika virus. But before we were talking about Zika, we were noticing that the cases of West Nile virus were increasing rapidly. In 2014, there were 15 deaths from West Nile virus in California. Last year, there were 55. So going from 14 to 55 in the space of 1 year. And now we're talking about illnesses that really capture the public's attention, like Zika virus, also mosquito-borne. And I can just tell you as an obstetrician that this is a crisis that you really can't put a dollar value on. You can't begin to describe what a horror this is for a family to find out that their child will not only be born essentially into custodial care, but that there is no treatment, much less a cure, for microcephaly. And the CDC is even telling women in 20 different countries in Latin America to not even get pregnant. This is unprecedented, and this is due to the rapid spread to the north and south of the temperature ranges where these mosquitoes can live. And before you think it's just a South America problem or a problem for the Olympics, you have to look at this map. This is what the CDC shows in blue, where the mosquitoes will be this year, this spring and summer. So already right now, the mosquitoes carrying Zika virus are moving throughout a good half of California. So we're going to be seeing this as a bigger and bigger problem, and Zika will not be the only one. It's just the one that's capturing the headlines. But we're right on the coast here, so let's talk about the oceans. The impact of all that extra heat in the atmosphere is that more than 90% of it has been absorbed by the ocean. It's like a big sink. It's absorbing a lot of this extra heat. And as a consequence, you get things like algae blooms. NOAA just reported that there was an algae bloom that was stretching clear from Santa Barbara up to Alaska that was making a neurotoxin. It's the biggest algae bloom ever recorded. And tropical storms, you may have heard, get more energy from warmer water. So Katrina and Sandy and Typhoon Haiyan, and very recently this photo was Hurricane Patricia off the coast of Mexico, they get massively energized by warmer water. When Hurricane Sandy went up the eastern seaboard a few years ago, the water on the eastern seaboard was about 9 degrees warmer than normal, and it became Superstorm Sandy. And everybody's familiar with what that did to New York and New Jersey. This is a photo of one of the impacts of Hurricane Patricia. And I don't know if you're aware, but we got incredibly lucky with this storm. This was the most powerful tropical storm ever in the Western Hemisphere. And the fact that it came ashore where it did averted a disaster. It literally came ashore where there were hardly any people. We got really lucky with this one. And it slammed into a mountain range and broke up almost immediately. Or this would have been a bigger story than the other storms that I mentioned. So Hurricane Patricia was just a bit south of Puerto Vallarta, not that far from here. And it did things like pushing little boats up against the rocks, like this huge tanker. So aside from aside from warming, a lot of that CO2 has been absorbed by the oceans as well, and CO2 combines with water and you get carbonic acid. You get an acid, so the oceans are acidifying at an unprecedented rate. This decimates coral reefs. I have a friend who's actually an email friend. He's a marine biologist on Kauai, and this is a photo that he took off of one of the beaches in Kauai, and that's what healthy coral looks like. But this is what dead coral looks like. And about 70% of the world coral reefs, which are not only important because they're pretty when you go down scuba diving when you're on vacation, but these are major ecological reserves for lots and lots of species, and they provide food for a lot of countries around the world in the equatorial region. And the Great Barrier Reef and other huge reef systems are in major decline right now. This statistic is also a pretty overwhelming one for me. About half of marine species are lost in the last 40 years. But let's talk about sea level rise, because that's very germane to Oceanside and San Diego and Southern California. It's from melting land and sea ice, and also thermal expansion. Warmer waters expand. We were shielded from this impact for the last 10 years because of something called the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, where water on the eastern side of the Pacific was cooler than normal. But of course, with our El Nino, the water's warmed up, and we're starting to see, for instance, tides coming up further on the beach than the number of feet the tide was supposed to measure would suggest. So the tides are starting to exceed expectations. We're starting to see sea level rise. And the prediction is 1 foot by 2050. But I get kind of mad when I hear the oceanographers and people talk about this, because this really understates the problem. When you talk about 1 foot, it sounds like, oh, it's just be a foot further up on the beach. But in fact, that's a vertical foot. And the amount of beach loss, horizontal loss, with 1 foot of sea level rise is anywhere from 30 feet to about 100 feet. So you can go to the mean high tide line at your favorite beach and walk that far inland and see how much is going to be lost before there's a king tide, or before there's a storm or a big swell, which will, of course, increase those impacts. There are some countries around the equator that are having to move their people off the island because literally their homes are disappearing under their feet. And this is not just a tropical country problem. This is Miami. This is a high tide in Miami. Not a storm, no rain, just high tide. I think Miami is an odd enough place that they don't really react to things like this like you or I might. But there are fish coming up through the storm grates, from what I've been told, on some of these tides. Now here, when we have sea level rise, we have to remember that that's going to create a new baseline. And so anything that would normally increase flooding will be magnified with sea level rise. So if you have a storm or a high tide, if you have flooding coming down from inland, from storms there, you're going to have an increased risk of infrastructure damage to bridges, to roads, to homes, to businesses. Also, with sea level rise, the waves will break much closer to the beach. They will break closer to the bluffs, and so it will accelerate erosion. Those waves will get more access to those structures and break them down faster. So wetlands and bluffs and things like that will get broken up faster, and water storage facilities will also be impacted. Now, I sit on the Sea Level Rise Technical Advisory Committee for the City of Del Mar, and we just got a report from ESA Associates that they've been working on for 6 months with the best available science. And they have, it's stated unequivocally on page 31 of this report, that the beach in Del Mar, right down the highway from here, will be gone by 2060. But they also told us verbally, it's not written in the report, but the engineer told us that could be a lot sooner. It could be 2030. It could be 15 years from now, that there will no longer be any sandy beach in Del Mar. And of course, that won't be the only place this happens. And they're using, their data is based on 2012, but you might have seen this article in the Washington Post that just came out a little over a month ago. Essentially, scientists are beginning to understand Antarctica's contribution, which they didn't appreciate before, and it at least doubles the risk of sea level rise, the rate and the amount of sea level rise. So we're really talking about a major, unprecedented impact on the amount of beach left within probably 15 to 25 years. This is Torrey Pines taken in January, just to give you a picture of what it looks like when a normally wide beach is disappearing. But I know that you also have to think about this economically. How many revenue streams will be impacted when there's no longer a beach to come and walk on? So what's at risk? I think Oceanside likes to think of itself as a green city and also as part of the Southern California beach lifestyle. And I think if there aren't any beaches anymore, we have to think of all of the things that are going to be impacted and how much we might lose. Very briefly, a little bit of good news, because I know I have to give you something. It was projected in 2000 that worldwide wind capacity would reach 30 billion watts by 2010. Took a couple more years than that, but by 2014 we were at 360 billion watts of worldwide wind. And I can show you slides for a long time of wind all over the world, but suffice it to say that wind is on a very rapid uptake throughout the world. Here's a picture of wind farms. Apparently Mexico's doing a lot with them. China is as well. But a bigger story, a more amazing story, is the growth of solar. It was projected we'd be growing at 1 billion watts per year by 2010. When we got to 2010, it was at 17 billion watts per year. And 48 billion watts 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. Last year we were predicted to be as much as 62 times. I think it turned out to be 59 billion watts. So solar is, to use a poor choice of words, going to the roof right now. Solar all around the world. And again, I have lots of slides to show you as solar installations all over the world. The number one place for solar uptake in residential places in the world is Bangladesh, where 2 homes a minute get solar power. Australia, it's more than 1 house in 7. Latin America nearly quadrupled their solar in 2014, and they were expected to do almost as well last year. And a year ago, this slide said solar industry jobs outnumber the number of jobs in coal. Now they outnumber the number of jobs in oil and gas. And by the way, these workers that can't be outsourced don't struggle to breathe and die at an early age from black lung disease. The worst thing that happens to a guy working in the solar industry is he might get sunburned. And this is all before the advent and the rollout of batteries. And Bloomberg, in a not very sentimental assessment, truly calls the combination of solar and batteries transformative for human civilization. And the projections for the rapidity and the magnitude of business for the business case for solar plus batteries kind of off the charts. Last September, I'm sure you heard that the state of California passed a bill to get half of its electricity from renewables by 2030, but we can be even more proud to be nearby the city of San Diego, the 8th largest city in the country, when they voted unanimously, their council voted unanimously to approve their climate action plan to go to 100% renewable energy by 2035. So, what can city councils do? Well, what we would really like to see is a very strong climate action plan. And these are the basic elements: moving towards zero waste and 100% renewables, like the city of San Diego, and I think the city of Del Mar is poised to do that early next month. And that's going to have to be through a CCA, community choice aggregation for electricity options, reducing vehicle miles traveled by half, and then this plan needs to be measurable and enforceable if it's going to mean anything. And so, to summarize, I'll just fall back on my career as a physician and tell you that I was a surgeon for 30 years. And I'll let you in on a little secret. Most of the cases that we do as surgeons, even emergency ones, are not that technically challenging. The old saying is, in residency, they tell you after you work your whole life to get there that we could train a monkey to operate, which doesn't make you feel too good after all the sacrifices you've made. But what you really want from your surgeon is you want judgment. Since there are risks to operating, you want somebody who knows when to do something, when to be aggressive, when to intervene. And I can tell you that I've reviewed this literature, and I've been watching what's been happening in California, and I stand with a lot of other people, including the Pope and the Pentagon and the majority of the U.S. population, and I can tell you that it's unequivocally clear that it's time to be bold and to step in and act, because as we say in medicine, delay can be deadly. And I think we're at a point now where we don't want to see the sunset of our days walking on sandy beaches in Southern California. It is time to do something much more bold and aggressive than we've done so far. So I thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. I'm here for questions, and Julie is here as well.
Thank you, Dr. Becker. Are there any questions for the council? No. Any public?
No public on this item.
Okay. Julie, did you want to add anything else?
I just want to thank you all for your time tonight and offer our organization as a resource. And there's a lot of other organizations out there as well working on this. So if there's anything we can do to help and partner in this, we'd be happy to do so.
Thank you so much, the two of you. And
I just wanted to add, I think the Climate Action Campaign sent a memo yesterday that has some more specific information. They are very much policy people, and I'm not, but they're certainly ready, willing, and eager to help with your climate action plan and making it as robust and foolproof as possible.
thank you. And just to add, we were invited by the city of Encinitas, which is put together a community choice energy exploration meeting that was attended by Deputy Mayor Lowry and myself and staff to see about the potential for forming a JPA, to see whether or not that would be something that would benefit the city of Oceanside in terms of lowering the greenhouse gas, perhaps even lowering the cost to our consumers, possibly revenue to the city, choices for customers, and stimulating local production. So this is something that was attended by several cities. The next step is to really kind of bore in and see if we can come up with what costs there would be per city to just do the analysis, see, you know, would this be beneficial to the city of Oceanside and to the region. So that's going to happen probably June, and then hopefully staff will be doing some kind of a presentation in August, something like that. So Mo, thank you very much for going to that meeting. So there are things that we're doing, hopefully, as coastal cities to address greenhouse gas. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
By the way, you have a great voice. Your voice really booms. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Very calming for a doctor, right?
Calming.
Even though he was saying a lot of stuff that was like, oh my gosh,
Right.
huge impacts.
Thank you for your time.
Sorry?
Probably-
Right. You definitely couldn't. It's good that I'm typing now. Thank you.
Typical doctor's handwriting.
Thank you.
You want the item 14,
Yes, please.
staff?
Yes. Item 14 is approval of professional services agreement with Project Design Consultant of San Diego in the amount of $433,996 for consultant services to update the general plan to include economic development element and energy and climate action element. Approval of a budget appropriation in the amount of $101,996 from the general fund assigned general plan account to the general plan updated project account to cover the cost of the agreement, contingency, materials, and supplies, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Ross, you're up.
Mayor Wood, council members, good evening. I'm Russ Cunningham with the city's planning division. I'm quite pleased to introduce you to the team of professionals with whom staff seeks to partner on the preparation of two new elements to the city's general plan, an economic development element, or EDE, and an energy and climate action element, or ECAP. We come before you tonight to ask that you authorize a professional services agreement that would allow this project to move forward. Should the PSA be authorized tonight, we intend to formally initiate the EDE and ECAP project within the next 2 weeks. As outlined in the memorandum that was distributed to the council last November, these two elements could serve as the first phase of a comprehensive general plan update, which would involve revision of the city's existing general plan elements that deal with land use, circulation, environmental resources, community facilities, and other state prescribed topics. As you know, our North County neighbors, Carlsbad, Vista, Encinitas, Escondido, San Marcos, Solana Beach, have all completed general plan updates in recent years, putting in place policies that will guide their growth and change over the next 2 decades. Should we decide to follow the lead of these neighboring cities, the EDE and ECAP project will provide strong policy guidance for subsequent phases of the update process. Before I acquaint you with our consultants, some of whom are with us this evening, I want to quickly highlight the features of the EDE and ECAP, acknowledge other long-range planning efforts that dovetail with this project, and give you an overview, quick overview of the project schedule and budget. Just trying to advance the slide. Okay. Thank you for your patience. So through their economic development elements, cities identify both opportunities for and constraints upon local economic growth and find those sectors or those niches within the broader regional economy that are best suited, to accommodate. So looking at some of the goals that we've already identified as pertaining to the EDE, we're talking about growing the city's employment base and dealing with the city's jobs to housing imbalance, which has been a topic of discussion, as you know, for many years. Concurrently growing the city's tax base so that we have the revenue to give residents the amenities that they deserve. Assuring adequate land resources for employment use and making sure that the resources we have are consistent with the market for the employment uses that we hope to bring to Oceanside. And assist businesses in reducing costs and protecting assets. And this ties in particularly well with the ECAP, where we're talking about energy efficiency, energy conservation, and adapting to some of the impacts, some of the phenomena that Dr. Becker was just speaking about. In terms of tasks, our consultants and staff will be evaluating the city's competitive economic position in the region. We'll be conducting a market assessment of employment land uses within the city. We'll be evaluating our current economic development policies and programs like those found in the Economic Sustainability Study. We will survey economic development elements around the state and the country and look for best practices. We aren't the first jurisdiction to prepare an EDE, and so we can go to school on what others have done. And we will, of course, assess current land use policies to make sure that those are promoting economic development. And this will tie in particularly well should we move forward with the land use, an update of our land use element in the future as a subsequent phase of this project. And of course, the policy development that is the EDE itself. Our consultants will be assisting staff in the preparation of those policies. With respect to the energy and climate action element, some of the goals we've identified are understanding the city's contribution to global GHG emissions, conforming to state law, particularly the Environmental Quality Act, and regional policies like those in San Diego Forward, identifying cost-effective ways to reduce GHG emissions, and those methods, those measures will be listed in our climate action plan, which will be a component or an appendix, essentially, of this document, and streamline project-level CEQA review so that the development community has a very clear path to demonstrating their conformance to our policies and standards with respect to GHG emissions. Tasks related to the ECAP would be the GHG inventory or forecast, where we're measuring essentially the city's carbon footprint on an annual basis at a given point in time. It's said that you can't manage what you can't measure, so we're looking to measure it so that we can manage it. Research and analysis will include looking at best practices. Just like with the EDE, There are plenty of examples out there for us to go to school on, so we'll be looking at those examples. We'll be looking at the city's existing green initiatives and how we can create synergy among those. We will prepare a climate action plan with targets for reducing emissions, essentially bending that emissions curve down. And then, of course, the overarching policy development that will provide that framework for those actions. So we understand that stakeholder input is not only critical in the preparation of these kinds of forward planning documents, but also to their long-term implementation. Without the community's buy-in, it's difficult to turn planning into action. So with that in mind, these are some of the outreach strategies that we intend to employ, some of which we've developed just in recent years as we become more comfortable with some of the technology that's available to serve public outreach. We'll prepare a project webpage. We will conduct stakeholder interviews, and we've already started to reach out to some of these stakeholders. We'll conduct online surveys. You know about some of the surveys that we've conducted to date. We'll conduct 4 community workshops, 2 in advance of the preparation of the elements, and 2 once we have drafts that we can share with the community. We'll conduct what's now come to be known as pop-up outreach at various community events, and we would certainly welcome your input as to the types of events we ought to visit and conduct outreach at. Of course, we've got the farmers market, we've got other periodic events. Your suggestions are very welcome. And we definitely want to engage the youth. When you think about the horizon of a general plan, you're talking 20 years into the future. Our teenagers, I have one, are going to be the adults that live with the policies that we put in place in the future. So we hope to engage them, and we are looking to engage the school district as a partner in this effort to reach out to youth. And then, of course, regular emails to interested parties. We've already started to build an interested party list. And we understand that we're a bilingual community, so we intend to prepare outreach materials that are bilingual. In terms of related planning efforts, I just want to quickly acknowledge the vision plan, the Coast Highway Vision Plan, and the corridor study. I want to note the South Morrow Hills Vision Plan, which will come on the heels of the strategic agritourism plan that's been developed, the local coastal program update, for which we are submitting a grant application this week, and a coastal hazards vulnerability assessment that we are participating in with the cities of Encinitas and San Diego under the auspices of ICLEI and the San Diego Foundation. We should have data that gives us more specifics on the kind of phenomenon that Dr. Becker was talking about earlier, and how those phenomena will specifically impact Oceanside's coast by the end of the year. And of course, we're engaged in a zoning ordinance consolidation as well. All of these things will be kept in mind as we go forward. Our effort will be mindful of these efforts. They'll be supportive of these efforts, and ultimately they'll be consistent with our goals for Coast Highway, for our coastal zone, and for South Morrow Hills. The project schedule and budget were included in the materials provided with this agenda item. I'll quickly highlight key aspects. As I said, we look to kick this off within a couple of weeks with initiation meetings with our consultants, bringing together a group of staff that can serve as essentially an internal technical working group, and beginning to outreach to the community. Background studies will extend through the summer and into the fall. Public outreach, we hope to start right away in July with some of those strategies that I mentioned earlier. We intend to draft these elements between the fall of this year and the spring of next, and then along with that drafting, initiate the CEQA process, have a scoping meeting. As you know, preparation of EIRs take time, so we're trying to start that process as early as we can to keep this project on schedule. And then we hope to bring before you in public hearings in January or February of 2018 2 elements for your review and your adoption. In terms of the budget, there's the figure that we've arrived at with our consultant. Among that amount, roughly $37,000 is in the form of contingencies that we hope will prevent us, we're confident will prevent us from having to come back before this body and ask for more money. We don't want to do that. You know that this money comes largely from a general plan update surcharge that's been in place for a few years now, as well as some assigned general fund revenue. In terms of that budget and how we kept that number down, you can see that of the 4 bids we received, this team's was the second lowest. They are a very compact team. Not a lot of cooks in the kitchen here. They're based in the San Diego region. We should be able to keep the overhead very low for those reasons. As you may or may not know, staff is tasked with actually preparing the text of these elements, which should save us a fair amount of coin as well. So I'll turn to our consultant partners and introduce them to you. In the fall of last year, at the city manager's direction, the planning division prepared and issued an RFP for consultant services in support of this project. We received 4 high-quality proposals from 4 highly qualified teams. The proposals were vetted by a selection committee that included Assistant City Manager Lorson, Public Works Manager Kyle Koger, City Planner Jeff Hunt, Associate Planner Rob Demahowski, and our Environmental Officer Mo Lasai, and myself. All 4 teams were invited to interview. 1 team declined to interview. They had some personnel changes. Our committee interviewed 3 teams. We achieved very strong consensus in favor of the team headed by Project Design Consultants, or PDC. The PDC team delivered a very responsive and well-organized proposal, and they demonstrated, as I said before, a lean and efficient organizational structure, a great deal of synergy among the team members who have worked together quite a bit in the past, considerable familiarity with Oceanside. You may know some of these consultants yourself personally. And they also demonstrated a lot of confidence and a lot of enthusiasm for our project, and we really appreciated that. So the team is made up of personnel from 3 firms, and some of these folks, as I said, are with us this evening. Project Design Consultants, or PDC, will be represented by Chris Morrow and Camille Passon. They have a wealth of experience in general plan updates, recently having worked on general plan updates with National City and Solana Beach, and we checked in with staff in those communities and got very favorable reviews. And they also have they have a great deal of experience and expertise in public outreach, which is obviously a very important component of this project. Recon Environmental will work on our environmental document, and they will assist us in picking up with the work that we've already done on a greenhouse gas inventory and a climate action plan and carrying that across the finish line. That team is represented by Lisa Lind and Stephanie Morgan Whitmore. They too have experience with general plan updates, and you can see they work with PDC in National City and Solana Beach, and they have a wealth of experience and expertise in greenhouse gas impact analysis, which is going to be very important here. Kaiser Marston Associates, you know well, they've done a lot of good work for the city. They're represented by Paul Mara and Michael Tektai. Michael's with us tonight. They have a wealth of experience in market feasibility analysis, which is a very important part of this effort, and they've just fairly recently completed for the city of Temecula a land use economic opportunity study that looks at how land use patterns in their city and land use designations are lining up with the market demand for various types of uses. We think that experience is going to serve us very well here in what we're doing. So if our consultants could stand up just for a moment to put them on the spot and embarrass them for just a moment. Chris, Camille, Stephanie, and Michael, thank you for being here. So there is considerable consensus now that cities can simultaneously reduce their carbon footprints and grow their economies. Addressing economic development and climate action concurrently presents an excellent opportunity for us to examine the economic impacts of becoming a greener city. Economic development and climate action are 2 of the city's most important and immediate concerns. As we work to address the jobs housing imbalance that I mentioned, grow our hospitality sector, confront threats to the continued viability of agriculture, build out and maintain high occupancy rates in our light industrial areas, and provide our residents with the commercial services that they want and that they deserve. At the same time, we are expected at all levels of government and society to do what we can to mitigate our contribution to climate change and adapt to what appears to be the inevitable impacts of a changing climate. The EDE and the ECAP will establish policies that promote what has come to be known as the triple bottom line. This is a framework that includes economic prosperity, environmental health, and social equity. These three goals, which are all related to the broader theme of sustainability, will provide us with important direction if and when we initiate updates to our existing general plan elements. This slide here, which opened my presentation, is meant to reflect the uniqueness and diversity of our community. The general plan is arguably the best place to acknowledge and honor Oceanside's uniqueness and diversity and frame these qualities around a common vision for the city's future. We think we've selected the right team to assist us and our community in assembling this vision, and thus we ask that the council approve the professional services agreement, approve a budget appropriation from our general fund, and authorize City Manager Skaggs Lawrence to execute this agreement. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you very much. On this, I'm going to take a break in a couple of minutes and start this over later on. I said I'd stop at 6 o'clock, but you want to take an individual now? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, we have two speakers on this item, Nadine Scott and Diane Nygaard.
I promise I'll talk fast. Somebody left their phone up here. I'll give it to you later after I clone it. Hi, my name is Nadine Scott. I live in the Loma Alta neighborhood. At first blush, these plans sound wonderful. I mean, it's great to marry them. But when I first read the consultant's directions, I was concerned because it's going to guide the review of future requests for land use and zone changes. And I thought, okay, there may be suggestions made. But then last night at a meeting, Jeff Hunt said this could lead to zoning changes. So what we're actually trying to do with the EDE is affect land use element changes without actually studying the land use element. That bothers me because most of the neighborhoods west of El Camarial are not planned unit developments, and we do still have vacant land and we have open space. I don't want to see wall-to-wall development. I don't want to see Morrow Hills converted into industrial land. I think that'd be a huge mistake, so we definitely need the consultants to look at our study we're doing out there for agritourism and preservation of ag land. Mobile home parks could be vulnerable under this scenario, so I want you all to keep that in mind. I would find that completely objectionable and outside the scope of the work that these folks are to do. I'm also troubled that they're only going to have 2 workshops. If they are indeed changing land use or proposing land use changes, these need to be citywide. When Encinitas did theirs, I think they held something like 15 or 20 workshops at various places all over the city. As you know, our square footage is enormous, our neighborhoods are unique and different, so 2 workshops is not going to cut it, especially if they're all downtown at 2 in the afternoon. People are not going to be able to really participate. You know, they'll have 2 after the draft. By then it's a little too late, I've learned in my experience. Once the draft is out, that's pretty much what's going to happen. So I'd like to clarify the purpose of the EDE and whether or not that will directly lead to zoning changes. I would like to clarify that the housing department should be involved in this project because currently our housing needs are met under state law, and if any zoning changes are going to be made, they have to be in compliance with our required housing element. I'd also like to ensure that we don't become Temecula with wall-to-wall development. I drive through there all the time. I saw what happened. They had a lot of beautiful open ranch land. Now it's wall-to-wall malls with every possible franchisee there is in the world. I don't know if they have an ag overlay, but I sure would like to see something like that in Oceanside. And again, if there are proposed zoning changes that are going to go around our land use element, I would ask the city attorney to preserve all the records throughout till the end of this process, because I'm troubled by the fact that that could happen. So thank you, and good luck. Russ always gives a great presentation. Thank you.
Diane, hold on, I'm going to change it. Trying to break away to 6 o'clock promise. So we'll do some other, we'll come back to this item, okay? So Debbie, you got some, come forward. Go forward with it. Do that.
So for clarification for the audience, we're going to take the next portion of the meeting with invocation, pledge of allegiance, and a couple of proclamations and presentations. Then we will pick up the remainder of item number 14 after that takes place, just to give you guys a heads up.
Don't worry about it. No, that's okay. You just have to. Deb?
Please stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Tonight's invocation will be given by City Clerk Zach Beck, who is also youth pastor for the Fields Church.
Please join me in bowing our heads. Father, we come before you to say thank you. Thank you for the privilege, the blessing, the honor it is to reside here in the city of Oceanside. We come together tonight as a diverse community, a city of different backgrounds, different beliefs, different presence, and different futures, yet one common goal, and that is the betterment of this city. We come together tonight to seek your guidance, wisdom, and discernment during the deliberations that transpire this evening, and in doing so, we lift up Councilmember Feller, Councilmember Kern, Councilmember Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Lowry, and Mayor Wood. May you grant them peace and wisdom during their discussion and decision this evening, and may they continue to lead our city into a prosperous future. We say all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by OPD Explorer Jesus Baca.
Right hand over your heart, please. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
You can be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Let's hear for our explorers. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Next, we have a proclamation for Building Safety Month with city employees David Gans, Chief Building Official, and Steve Jones, Assistant Building Official. Please come forward. Proclamation in honor of Building Safety Month, May 2016. Whereas the City of Oceanside's continuing efforts to address the critical issues of safety, energy efficiency, and resilience in the built environment that affect our citizens both in everyday life and in times of natural disaster, give us confidence that our structures are safe and sound, and whereas public confidence is achieved through devotion of vigilant guardians, building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, and laborers. And whereas international codes, the most widely adopted building safety, energy, and fire prevention codes in the nation, are used by most U.S. cities, counties, and states, implementing safeguards to protect the public from natural disasters. And whereas the state of California and the city of Oceanside amend, adopt, and enforce these international codes, along with the National Electrical Code and the Uniform Plumbing and Mechanical Code, which become known as the California Building Standards Codes. And whereas local building and fire prevention departments help to ensure that the health, safety, and general well-being of the public is protected. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, do hereby proclaim May 2016 as Building Safety Month in the City of Oceanside. Furthermore, I urge all citizens to participate in activities to help promote building safety and to recognize the role of the dedicated staff members administering these codes. Issued this 18th day of May 2016.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Wood and council members. The City of Oceanside Building and Safety Division is honored to receive this recognition for the services we provide. We at the City of Oceanside's Building and Safety Division strive to meet the many different expectations of our customers and citizens that live in, work in, and visit our city. We believe that all people in this wonderful city have a common expectation of us. They expect that the buildings they live in and work in are safe. The 15 members of the Building Division work diligently to meet that expectation. We also recognize the expectation of excellent customer service. The Building and Safety Division is making great strides, progressing our permitting process to be faster, easier, and at minimal costs, while still ensuring our buildings are safe. Thank you for this recognition and the opportunity to serve you and the city's citizens. Thank you to Rick Brown, Development Services Director, for joining me up here tonight, and for Phil Scattergood, one of our plans examiners. Thank you.
Okay, next we have another proclamation for Drowning Prevention Month. Would Amanda Roswell, Aquatic Supervisor for Parks and Recreation, please come forward along with Nick Davidson, Aquatics Technician. Proclamation in honor of National Drowning Prevention Month, May 2016. Whereas the World Health Organization states that drowning is a major public health problem and a leading cause of unintentional death worldwide, with children and males most at risk of drowning. And whereas young children are at high risk for drowning because they are naturally active, curious, impulsive, and too young to understand that water is dangerous, whether swimming in the ocean or while around a residential swimming pool. And whereas the Center for Disease Control and Injury Prevention states that children ages 1 to 4 have the highest drowning rate, with most drownings occurring in home swimming pools. And whereas the City of Oceanside commends Safe Kids San Diego, Rady Children's Hospital, the San Diego County Aquatic Council, the San Diego County Department of Environmental Health, and the City of Oceanside Lifeguards for their efforts to prevent injuries and fatal drownings of children. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, do hereby proclaim May 2016 as National Drowning Prevention Month. Furthermore, I urge our community to keep children safe by being vigilant around swimming areas and learning about drowning prevention and water safety. Issued this 18th day of May, 2016.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm a little distracted, I'm sorry. Memorial Day weekend is the unofficial start to summer, which is also the official start of the drowning season. We've already had one death in San Diego County, so drowning prevention is very important and very near and dear to my heart. We at the City of Oceanside want to make sure that all of the children that are in Oceanside are learning how to swim. We have a great swimming program, and I'm going to let our newest staff member, Maya Papakushin, talk about our swimming lessons.
The City of Oceanside will be offering swimming lessons starting June 6th. Many aquatic programs, including the American Red Cross Learn to Swim program, Life Saving, and several others, will be available to the City of Oceanside residents. Registration for these classes will begin Saturday at 8 a.m., and classes will be continuing throughout the summer. Thanks to our great lifeguard staff and great instructors, we could all expect a safer summer.
I know we had some minor distractions, a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, but anyhow, drowning is the topic, and we know, not in the ocean and private pools. We appreciate you having us. Thank you very much. You're a better man than I, Ganga Din, that you brought the 2 kids with you. And how are you?
What's your name?
How about the one attached to your leg? Thank you very much.
Is Alexis here this evening? Great. Okay, Alexis Drakadaitis from the San Diego Fair Marketing Outreach Program for the San Diego County Fair. Please come forward.
Awesome. Well, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. The Del Mar Fairgrounds would like to invite you to the 2016 San Diego County Fair as we kick off the summer with Mad About the Fair. This year's theme celebrates Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. The theme will be fused with influences of steampunk and all the fun it takes to make our fair into a grand-scale wonderland. It should be zany and colorful. Our fair will have a steampunk flair, which I'll show you right behind. Steampunk is a contemporary and Victorian with accents of brass and gears. Join our party or come dressed to impress as your favorite Wonderland character, or create your own costume and enter in our daily costume contest. The fair encourages family-friendly costumes this year. What would Wonderland be without a tea party? Every Sunday there will be tea parties held in our beautiful flower and garden area at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. This includes fair admission, and you can also make it a tipsy tea, and that's a little bit more, but you should reserve your spots soon. Some additional festival highlights: we have our Toast to the Coast Wine Festival, and it is held in our beautiful Flower and Garden Show as well on Saturday, June 11th. Our San Diego International Beer Festival continues to grow in its popularity. It takes place over 3 days, June 17th through June 19th, and our new Distilled Festival will be Saturday, June 25th. The Mariachi Festival will take place on June 5th and will be held in the arena. Our Whole Life Festival is on July 2nd from 10 to 5 p.m. This year it will be held in the Flower Show and learn about our environment and discover a holistic approach to a healthy lifestyle. Everyone's always excited about concerts at the fair, and we have a great lineup for this summer's Toyota Summer Concert Series at the Heineken Grand Stage. Just a few more dates to fill in. This year we have Switchfoot kicking off the fair on June 3rd. Lady Antebellum, Rachel Platinum, Michael McDonald, Cool and the Gang, Three Doors Down, Philip Phillips, Matt Nathanson, Hunter Hayes, and Kenny Rogers, just to name a few. The Solid Gold Series has become quite popular among some of our more senior fairgoers. This year's series features great music performers who achieved fame during the 60s and 70s. Appearing this year will be Suzanne Somers, B.J. Thomas, and the music of ABBA. Concerts are at 1 p.m. on Thursdays at either the Showcase or the Paddock Stage. Now, one of the best reasons to come to the San Diego County Fair is, of course, our exhibits. The fair is a place where we can share our hobbies and pastimes. It is an important community resource for people to showcase their work. Quilting, farming, painting, woodworking, baking, and photography are just a few of the talents that San Diego shows off. So be sure to check out as many as possible when you come to the fair this year. Also new at the fair this year is the food. We have new concoctions. We have Chicken Charlie's is having chicken inside a waffle, so it's baked inside of a waffle. We have hot wings with Kool-Aid dressing. We also have fried lemonade, fried pizza, and a bunch of different tasty burgers from Tasty Burgers and Chips. The fair is open 26 days this year, so one day more than last year, June 3rd through July 4th. Check out more on our website, sdfair.com, and we'll see you all in Wonderland. Thank you.
You do. I like it. Deep fried butter and bacon like last year.
It will all be there.
Okay, Chuck.
So I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
As the deputy mayor, it's really important that I know how many times you rehearsed that before you actually delivered it, because you didn't stutter or fail or trip or anything. And
This is my third time this year.
third, oh, well, very well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. Sweet. We'll see you at the fair.
Thank you. Anyhow, we have Kathy Nagel.
Kathy Nykel, yes.
Hi, Kathy.
I gotta put on my...
Nice hat.
Other way. I'm always the one that'll knock something off the counter here. Honorable council members, viewing public, and attendees, my name is Kathy Nykel. I'm from Main Street, Oceanside, and I just wanted to remind everybody Memorial Day is coming up, and the Veterans Association of North County will be having their ceremony at 10 a.m. on Memorial Day. A few things I came to talk about. Of course, we have Art Walk the first Friday of the month from 5 to 8, 19 businesses. I call it free date night. Lots of artwork, food. And then, of course, Thursday is market day. So we do have a traditional farmers market from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. adjacent to City Hall. And then the Sunset Market from 5 to 9 p.m. the same day, just on the other side of the coast. But I'm here to talk about the patriotic trifecta. That's what we've named it now. Starts out with our Oceanside Independence Parade, and for those of you who don't know, it started out when we became a city. This year, our theme is, of course, volunteers are the heart of our city, and our Grand Marshal this year is Chris Gow. She was awarded the Senior Citizen of the Year last year. And many of us know her for volunteering for over 5 organizations throughout the city since she's been here almost 20 years. It starts at 10 a.m., always the Saturday prior to the 4th of July. It is a 2-hour parade. About 120 participating groups, all showing off our favorite colors, red, white, and blue. But I wanted to remind people we do need volunteers. And if you want to participate, please get your application in. Our deadline is June 10th. I mean, we never turn anybody away, but the website is oceansideparade.com. That's on July 2nd. Then July 3rd, city celebrates its anniversary and does fireworks at El Corazon. Everything's on the oceansiderec.com website. And then July 4th at the beach, because that's what we love here in Oceanside, with activities and vendors down there on the Strand and at Tyson Street Park. So all this information is on our website, mainstreetoceanside.com. So we hope to see you in the downtown, or visit us at Main Street Oceanside. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate it. Any more?
No more public on item number 22.
City Attorney, then, closed session.
Thank you. The City Council met in closed session to discuss the status of labor negotiations involving the Western Council of Engineers, the management employees of the City of Oceanside, the Oceanside Police Officers Association non-sworn, the Oceanside Firefighters Association, and the unrepresented employees. There is no action to report on any of those negotiations at this time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Mr. Clerk, get a few moments. Item 23 on through.
Would you like to go back to item number 14, or did you want to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for reminding me. Yes. Where we left off.
Yeah, so Diane Nygaard, you may come forward.
Thank you, Diane. You were easy to forget.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Diane Nygaard. I'm here tonight representing our Oceanside Climate Action Planners because our amazing chairperson, Sylvia Zanetti, could not be here tonight. And we heard earlier this evening about the importance of this issue and how critical time was and that we needed to act now. And oh my goodness, here you've got an item before you to act on, and how fast is that? That's pretty amazing, thanks to our staff getting, sometimes the stars align the way they need to. So we're very excited about this project moving forward. Even though Oceanside's one of the last cities to have a climate action plan, I'm sure we're going to be one of the best. We're already leaders in our waste reduction programs. We've done innovative solar energy programs, and we really have a record to be very proud of. And this can be one more step in that direction for our community. We have met with staff on a number of specific recommendations that we have and started the process to meet with all of you that we'll do over the next couple of weeks. And we very much support moving forward with this, and we look forward to working with you and the consultant team throughout this process. Thank you.
No further public on this item. Now the discussion goes back to the council.
Back to us. Ms. Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With respect to the question that Ms. Scott had, staff, there was something that she mentioned something about having only 2 workshops. I would assume that any proposed changes to land use would include workshops and education outreach meetings in the potentially impacted community. Is that what you're foreseeing?
Councilmember Sanchez, let me first say that at this juncture, we have no thought about any particular, any specific land use changes that might come out of this process.
And I thought I heard you say that they're really good at community outreach. Is that right? That was one of the reasons why you picked the consultants.
Yes, PDC has considerable
So you guys have
experience in that realm.
a good reputation on that, right? Because our citizens especially like to know what's going on, and have great questions, and I'm sure you will love to interact with them. The other comments I wanted to make is we are the leader in zero waste goals and achievement in the county, even though we're one of the last cities to take upon ourselves the creation of our climate action plan. You mentioned the calendar and when you hope to come back to council at the different stages. At what point will we be talking about setting the targets for greenhouse gas reduction?
So one of our first orders of business will be completing the good work that's already begun under the auspices of a couple of other programs. We have a draft greenhouse gas inventory, and we have the rudiments of a climate action plan. So I would expect that quite early in this process, we could, at your request, get back to you with some preliminary GHG reduction targets for your review.
Okay, great. And I hope we do learn from since other cities have been doing this, we learn from the other coastal cities, we learn from San Diego. For example, San Diego's plan, apart from reducing greenhouse gases, the plan hopes to create green jobs through incentive-based policies such as manufacturing and installation of solar panels, improve public health by removing harmful pollutants from our air, and improve water quality, increase local control over our future by reducing dependence on imported water and energy, help home buyers educate themselves on the energy and water usage of a building before purchasing without adding significant delay or cost to the home buying process, enhance quality of life by supporting active transportation, planting trees, and reducing landfill waste, and saving taxpayers money by decreasing municipal water, waste, and energy usage in city-owned buildings. These sound like things that we would be doing or are doing. and/or should be doing. So I'm assuming that all of those are going to be included in our climate action plan. Yes? So I'm going to go ahead and move that we approve the agreement and approve the budget appropriation. Thank you.
Do I have a second? Deputy Mayor, second it. Thank you very much. And with that, Deputy Mayor.
Russ, I have a question about the timeline. I looked at it very carefully and read it and saw, 2018 or whatever. So I'm just wondering if you have I'm not asking a specific question. I'm just wondering if you have a feeling for how long it would be before we would come up with any kind of document that would create a climate action plan. And then the second part of that question is, and when would we be able to approve that at the council? And then when would we have it go into effect? So are we talking about 5 years, 8 years, 15 years?
I appreciate that question because different jurisdictions approach this differently. The Climate Action Plan is where the rubber meets the road, essentially. That's where you're implementing your vision for GHG reduction. That's where the specifics lie in that document. And some jurisdictions will implement their policy framework before they complete that nitty-gritty work. Others will do that technical work, look at the path that will have to be traveled to get to the reductions that the state expects us to get to, make some decisions about the types of mitigation measures that the city wants to implement, and then develop the policy framework around that. Our intention, at least at this point, is to deal with the nuts and bolts, with the technical component, put that climate action plan together, and what we could do is come before you with that document, which will be an appendix to the Energy and Climate Action Plan, bring that to you fairly early in this process for your review and hopefully your blessing. And then that will give us a basis for developing those broader policies that will give us the policy support for those specific measures in the Climate Action Plan.
So maybe 18 months from now, something like that?
I think sooner, actually, we could bring that particular component of this project to you within a year's time.
Yeah, this is the only element of what we're talking about that the community has been asking me as a council member about is the climate action plan. They're not asking about anything else. They don't know about roadways, cars, traffic, buildings. I mean, greenhouse gas emissions is just a term. It doesn't mean anything until we, like you've been pointing out, until we do something with it. So I'm very concerned that we are at least able to address it as far as the council is concerned. So if something comes to us, then we can discuss it, and I'm hoping we can get people on the council to make it happen. So thank you. Good presentation also. Thank you.
Thank you much. Councilmember Feller, please.
Thank you, Russ. You identified the climate action element, and state law says there's 7 elements that they mandate, and climate action isn't one of them. So, my guess is that we're doing this, or the thought is that we're doing this because we're responsible, I would guess. After hearing the Chicken Little report earlier, the sky's falling. I mean, I'm just scratching my head over how that could even possibly be. I think coastal erosion could be stopped with groins. We got this climate action campaign. In it, it says preventing adverse impacts from climate change and other harm. I'm not sure what that will mean. Evidently, CEQA comes into play if we start down this path. So I would imagine some of the things that have to be reviewed is how we expect to reduce emissions if we're sitting in gridlock on freeways. with failing intersections and roadways. I wrote something here too small. I think we need to build more lanes. I just don't think people are going to give up their cars like the 50% vehicle mile reduction. I can see what's enforceable mean as you go forward. I don't think, I think you got to be very careful there. And my really biggest question is, solar, wind, geothermal, but we've left out the two cleanest, and that's nuclear and hydroelectric. So evidently nobody's thinking about that, which impacts the environment far less than, the beautiful drive out to Palm Springs with 400,000 windmills out there. And I think the future of, there is no greater threat to the future of humanity than climate change. That's probably what they were saying when the Ice Age was coming, too. Some climate change to get colder. I don't agree if there is no state mandate. And I think what we're doing here is 90% of the people have no idea that there seems to be a problem, and they certainly don't know how much it's going to cost. So as far as the meetings that I'm sure we're going to have out of this, I think lots of meetings are fine if it's not just the same 10 or 15 people going to every meeting. So if you have lots of meetings, I hope we take one person's comment once and then not 15 times. So, and it sounds like it's all going to pass, so I'm just going to vote for it.
Thank you. With that, please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Item number 23 is adoption of resolution approving the engineer's report, confirming the diagram and assessments, and ordering the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 2016-2017 for the Oceanside Lighting District, assessment number 2-1991, and approval of budget transfers in the amount of $390,000 in gas tax funds, $5,000 in energy fees, and $61,645 from the Lighting District Restricted Fund Balance.
As a mayor, I'll open this public hearing. First, I'll ask the request of the council members.
Just staff.
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 No public.
Staff only. Thank you. With that, Mr. Clerk, any correspondence petitions?
All material has been provided to the council.
Thank you very much. Doug, good evening. Thank you. You're up.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. Doug Edow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. The Landscaping Lighting Act of California requires that the City Council annually renew the Oceanside Citywide Lighting District in order to levy the assessments for the upcoming fiscal year. So staff recommends approval of this. The assessments have not changed over the years and still remain the same as last year. The funding sources also remain the same. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Proceed sidebar, please.
Yeah, this is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward this time. First, we have Risa Wade, and then anyone else can come forward after that. Or, I'm sorry, this is 20 years item number 24. My apologies. But anyone who wants to speak on this item may come forward this time. Mayor, I see none.
I see none either. I'll go ahead and close this public hearing, come back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Move adoption.
Second.
Second. Mr. Feller, please.
Thank you. I had a question for City Manager earlier, and how does this affect Rancho Del Oro, who has no lights, or taking down a bunch of lights. And then our condos and apartments taken into account. I know we take into account commercial, but apartments and condos, are they as well affected by the annual fee?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Feller, the folks that have their lights removed or in proximity where they're removed in a rental area do have their assessments reduced.
Okay.
And as far as your second question, the assessments are based on a similar concept as the traffic impact fees. So the units such as a condo that have lesser traffic will pay lesser in a fee, as an apartment complex will pay more because they have more units or more traffic. So that's the concept that's followed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. With that, a vote, please.
Yes. Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. Get a chance, please. Item 24.
Yes, item number 24 is also being consolidated with item number 24A. Item number 24 is adoption of resolutions confirming the diagrams and assessments for fiscal year 2016-2017 for the city's landscape maintenance district, Delaware Hills, Douglas Park, Wahomie Ridge, Marlato, Mission Meadows, Peacock Hills, Rancho Hermosa, Santa Fe Mesa, Sunburst Homes, Sunset Hills, Vista del Rio, and ordering the assessments to be levied for the fiscal year 2016-2017. And 24A is adoption of resolution confirming the diagrams and assessments for fiscal year 2016-2017 for the Vista del Rio Landscape Maintenance District, number 1-2001, and ordering the assessments to be levied for fiscal year 2016-2017. This landscape maintenance district was inadvertently omitted in the agenda statement. The supporting documents were included in item number 24 when the agenda was published.
Thank you very much. Again, as mayor, open this public hearing and ask for disclosure from, sorry, you're in?
I had staff, and I believe we had an email from Marlato or some information coming regarding a change they want, so.
Thank you.
Same. Staff and an email.
Staff.
I met with a gentleman who lives up in Marlato to discuss this potential petition, and staff.
Staff. Thank you.
All material has been provided to the council. Yeah.
Doug. Hey, long time no see. Welcome back.
Honorable Mayors, members of the City Council, good evening again. Doug Edow, Real Estate Manager, City of Oceanside. Again, the Landscape and Lighting Act, the State of California, requires City Council to approve the annual renewal of the landscape maintenance districts in order to assess or levy the assessments for the upcoming fiscal year. The assessments do remain the same except for 3 of the districts, which are Douglas Park, Wahomie Ridge, and Vista del Rio, which have a built-in consumer price index escalator that increases their assessments. Again, I'll be more than happy any questions you might have. It's my understanding that there are some property owners of the Marlato Highlands Homeowners Association as well as the Marlato Highlands Landscape Maintenance District that wish to speak, so I'll answer any questions after they have a chance to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
This is a public hearing item. At this time, Risa Waite may come forward, and then after that, any members of the public who wish to speak on this item may come forward as well.
Good evening.
Good evening. This is Risa Waite. My address is 3427 Northwood Drive in Marlato Highlands. And we're here tonight just to let you know that we have representatives from the neighborhood, if you guys want to stand up. And we have some signatures as well from neighbors regarding this landscape district in the LMAD. And basically, we're just here to let you know that the HOA board has been saying that they're representing the wishes of the homeowners and that they have support to increase our fees. And we're just here to let you know that that's not necessarily true. and that they've been kind of going around the residents. There was a survey taken, and that wasn't really considered, the results of the survey. So we're just asking the staff to please look into the proceedings here and to look at, I think a lot of the residents are interested in dissolving the LMAD, and we'd like the city staff to look into that.
Thank you for coming in, and all of you that showed up, along with the other people, but I appreciate it. Doug, if you want to talk to him afterwards back in the back, maybe he'd be the best person to get feedback on what you want to do out there. Sometimes we do have HOAs that don't understand, let's say, and get themselves sued. So I appreciate that. You're representing everybody. Thank you.
I think somebody else might speak too from our group, but...
Do you have another speaker?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're more than welcome to.
Thank you
At this
very
time, any other members of the public who wish to speak on this specific item may come forward at this time to address the council for 3 minutes.
You don't have to have a form filled out.
You don't have to have a form, you
Public
can
hearing.
just, if you'd like. At this time, I see none.
I see none, so you want to talk?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
I'm not very
Move the
familiar.
mic, move the
Well,
mic so I can hear you better. Okay, thank
My
you.
name is Tom Carroll. I live at 3419 Northwood Drive in Mulatto Highlands. I'm not really familiar with how local ordinances work, but we had a meeting with the property management team. They outlined what this proposal was. Then we got a ballot in the mail. We voted on the ballot. We sent it in, and then somebody from the board called and, for lack of a better word, hoodwinked somebody into stopping it, so it didn't go forward. And so my only concern is, it just doesn't, I don't understand why when the process is it's going down the road, that somebody can just come in and say, stop, we've got votes, we want to change it. And that just doesn't seem fair when everybody voted one way and 2 or 3 people want to vote another way or create this, botanical garden up on the hillside for their own self-satisfaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we do understand it. And when we finish, like I say, Doug will probably walk in the back and help you with some of the comments, okay? Thank you very much. Anyhow, with that, go close this public hearing number and come back to the council. And Ms. Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that the fees are not being proposed to be increased, so they're going to stay the same. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, that is correct.
Yeah.
For this
So-
upcoming fiscal year, they
So
remain the same.
for Mulatto Highlands, they're going to stay the same. I understand that there was a petition of maybe 6 people who wish to dissolve the LMAD, and it's just not enough, right? Because there's over 100 homes in this district. So I just have one question before making a motion. That is, if we adopt the resolutions for Mulatto Highlands, and later in the coming weeks or months, there is a change in the direction, could this be brought back to us?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, yes, I believe it can.
Okay. All right, so I just wanted to, if there's still some activity going on between the board and the residents and still discussion, that can still go on, and we'll still be here to respond. So for tonight, I'm going to go ahead and move adoption of the resolutions. Again, the fees are going to stay the same. Thank
Do we
you.
have a second?
I'll second.
Second. And Mr. Feller, please.
I want to make sure that, is there a reason we couldn't delay, or would it be necessary to wait? I'm wondering how you go about changing something like this at this point if there is some confusion on their part.
Well, there's actually a deadline to record the assessments with the county recorder's office. I believe that's beginning of August, if I'm not mistaken, Doug. And you don't have any meetings in in July, so there is a bit of a time crunch, but you could, if we went through an appropriate process and you determined that you wanted to dissolve the LMAD, you could do that at a later date through a notice public hearing.
Okay,
So
thank you.
one of the issues would be what are the conditions of approval for the project require, which I don't think our planning department has looked at yet.
Thank you.
Nancy? Anyhow, please.
Yeah, what I had understood is what somebody had mentioned is that some of the property owners are considering taking over their part of the landscape and not having the community, the district pay for it. And, but I don't think you had enough buy-in for that. So for tonight, we need to go through, this process. But we're here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we vote? Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much, folks, and hopefully he can answer your questions. And go on to item 25, please.
Yes, item number 25 is adoption of a resolution adopting the Transnet Local Street Improvement Program of projects for the City of Oceanside, requesting Sandag to include it in the fiscal year 2016 Regional Transportation Improvement Program.
Thank you very much. Mayor, open this public hearing, and again, start with you, Jack. Disclosures.
Just staff.
Staff only.
Staff only.
Staff, some questions from the public?
Staff only. And with that, any petitions, correspondence?
All materials have been provided to the council.
Thank you very much. And Gary, good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. I'm Gary Kellison with the Engineering Division. Before you tonight is the biennial opportunity to adopt the city's Transnet program of projects. Sandag, as the region's metropolitan planning organization, is required to adopt a regional transportation improvement plan, and it's a bottom-up planning document where every member agency provides their individual program of projects. Sandag staff reviews the projects in the aggregate for things like air quality conformity, and wraps in all the other regional projects into a comprehensive medium-term transportation plan. The city's Oceanside's program or project closely follows the capital improvement program for our streets and roads, and mirrors what the council has reviewed at the CIP workshop, what the Planning Commission has reviewed when they reviewed the capital improvement program. The RTIP is amendable as the city works on one project, finishes a project in a given year. We have opportunities to do mid-course corrections, which are called RTIP amendments, and submit them mid-year to Sandag for approval. An example was the increase in funds for the Coastal Railroad project that the council recently adopted. That was an RTIP amendment. So, included in the staff report is a list of the projects which are very similar to the list of the projects in the capital improvement program budget, and a resolution that includes the city's commitment to all the provisions of the county Transnet ordinance, and requests the Sandag board to adopt the attachment with the list of the projects as the city's program of projects to be incorporated into the region's RTIP, the Regional Transportation Improvement Program. So staff here is to request and recommend the City Council adopt the resolution adopting the Transnet Local Street Improvement Program of Projects for the city, and request that Sandag include it in the FY 2016 Regional Transportation Improvement Plan.
Thank you, Gary. Have a seat, sidebar. And
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this specific item may come forward at this time. Mayor, I see none.
I see none. Also, I'll close this public hearing, come back to the council, and Ms. Sanchez, you're up first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Really glad to see the list of projects, especially including the Coastal Rail Trail. Move adoption of the resolution. Thank you.
Second, please.
I'll second. As the clerk gets back, you can write that down.
He's running back and forth. And vote.
Motion second.
Thank you.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. And when you get a moment, you're not reading, get your breath back. We're going to go for 26.
Item number 26 is adoption of a resolution adopting a new combined thoroughfare and traffic signal development impact fee and a new drainage development impact fee.
Thank you, Jerry. Welcome. Go ahead.
Are we ready?
Yeah.
Very good. I won't repeat the
disclosures. Mayor Wood.
I can hear you.
So sorry. Mayor Wood, should we have disclosures?
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. I'm daydreaming. I appreciate that. Okay, public hearing aspect, I'll go ahead and say, request disclosures from everybody.
Staff.
Staff and public.
Staff and public.
Staff and representative BIA.
Yes, sir.
All
And
corresponding material has been provided to the council.
Attention, I know. Thank you very much. And Gary, I appreciate that. And behind this podium, I see the BIA, so he'll probably speak.
Okay. Good evening again, Mayor and council members. Gary Kellison with the Engineering Division. The item before us is a approval of two different engineers' reports affecting two pairs of developer impact fees. One is the thoroughfare fee and traffic signal fee, also the drainage impact fee. Now, the starting point in any developer impact fee program is the city's master plans. In this case, we're looking very specifically at the circulation element, which is last updated in 2012, and also in 2013, the master plan of drainage update. The circulation element includes new arterial roads. In total, there are $98 million in total project cost in the roads and $36 million in total cost in the storm drain and channel projects. That cost excludes certain other specific projects, for example, Coast Highway revitalization, Melrose, perhaps adding a 6th lane to SR 76, are all not included in that $97 million. Furthermore, we have an existing project, College Boulevard, to add a 6th lane, roughly between Oceanside Boulevard and All 8th Avenue. About 55% of that need is attributable to existing development, so that proportion is not included in the cost of the circulation program. Similarly, we exclude on the drainage side certain other projects where facilities are undersized per existing development. So that's the starting point. Now, we have fund balances also, so they're taken off. We have $10 million in our existing thoroughfare and traffic signal fee funds. Also, the Transnet program, 70% of it is required to be spent on capacity enhancing projects. Cities may spend up to 30% on things like road maintenance. The horizon year of the thoroughfare fee study is 2013, so 70% of our Transnet allocations until 2030, $65 million. So that combined $75 million is deducted from the $93 million in total project costs. On the drainage side, we have $6 million in fund balances across 9 different drainage fee programs, drainage fee basins. Deducting that, we get to a total of $23 million to the drainage side and $23 million on the traffic signal thoroughfare fee program side. Now, our current thoroughfare fee program is based on a pro rata cost of $343 per vehicle trip. The study proposes a revision to, excuse me, it's my eyes, $362 per vehicle trip. Similarly, on the drainage side, our present program is split across 9 different basins. An average of those basins by area currently is $2,080 per acre as a drainage fee currently. The proposal is to increase that, to $13,468. Coincidentally, they're both about an 11% increase. Just to focus a little bit on the drainage fees, the black lines represent some of the longer channels or underground storm pipes that are included in the drainage program. This map is here just to indicate that the projects are well scattered throughout the city, except there's very few in the extreme northeast quadrant, which is primarily ag land. There's no need on current zoning to plan massive facilities, so the fee as structure doesn't include that. It only anticipates existing zoning is what the drainage facilities and the roads are based on. Now, with that, what the staff would like to accomplish with adoption of the 2 fee programs is, of course, to comply with the intent of the Mitigation Fee Act. In this case, we're doing 2 bottom-up studies that focus first on our costs and our needs, infrastructure needs overall, and distributing that to the property that has the potential to develop across the city, and then zero down into dwelling units and building square footage down to that level, so an individual developer could know exactly what his cost would be when he comes in to propose a project. Second goal is to simplify development processing. Currently, the thoroughfare fee is based on trips, and the drainage impact fee is based on acres. When a developer is looking at a particular property to buy, if it's raw land, it may be difficult without extensive engineering studies to really tell exactly how much those fees would be. Under this scenario, the developer could come into planning and for a given zoning area and lot coverage have a much better and easier way to calculate. I know my building's 10,000 feet. I know my subdivision is going to have 10 units. It's a very simple math exercise to know right off the bat exactly what these 2 fees will be. Also, that's consistent with the way we assess fees on the other programs, the park impact fees and the building civic center impact fee programs are all also based either on building square foot or dwelling units. And of course, the third advantage is we've consolidated 9 different drainage districts into one. And again, it's simpler for the developer, and it also avoids the problem of stranding relatively small amounts of money into small districts that haven't yet accumulated enough to build a project. So that would be another advantage. So the recommendations here are threefold. That staff recommends council adopt the resolution, which will combine the thoroughfare and traffic signal impact fees into a 1 fee based at $361.61 per trip. Consolidate the separate drainage fee basin accounts into one citywide account based on a fee of $13,468 per acre, and to make it effective 60 days after adoption of the resolution. The resolution, as written in the staff report, has a date of July 1. I would ask the council, direct staff to change that to 60 days, consistent with state law. And that would be the recommendations.
Yes, we have two speakers so far on this item. First, Michael McSweeney, then Diane Nygaard, and after that, any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item may come forward.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I was trying to hide from the mayor, but he spotted me. I'm Michael McSweeney, the Senior Public Policy Advisor at the Building Industry Association. And while I filled out the opposition to the measure, we do realize that the need for CIP projects to mitigate impacts of development. I also want to thank the city manager and Gary and Scott Smith. They gave us ample time to disseminate this information to our members. I had members call back. I was able to get questions to Gary. He answered them. So we really appreciate, Michelle, the openness. Not all cities give us that, and we find that that works very well. What I'd like to ask you, council members and mayor, is to direct your staff to work with BIA. Remember, this is a developer impact fee. I want you to remember that the developer impact fee adds to the cost of the house. The developer fronts the money, the home buyer pays it. And I can juxtapose that by telling you that in 2015, in the entire county of San Diego, there were 229 single-family detached homes built at a price point of less than $500,000. In a county of 3.2 million people, there were 229 opportunities for someone to buy a house at under $500,000. When you move to attached product, the number is 471. So basically, you had 700 odd units that people could afford below that price point. So what I would ask the council and the mayor to consider is direct staff to work with BIA to, while we have an increase here, can we find out a way to save time on processing or other efficiencies to zero out the cost? Because it's not a punitive to a developer. I know people don't like developers, but yet everyone goes home tonight to sleep in a house built by a developer. But the end of the day is the people that we're punishing are our kids and grandkids. We're driving jobs out because employers come here, they look at our region, and the cost of housing is too high. We don't want to get to where we are up in Northern California, where, for example, the city of San Jose, the impact fee for affordable housing is now $122,000 per unit. Thank you.
Diane Nygaard, Nighthawk Way. I'm happy to see this come forward, because if we don't really have a basis for assessing fair share of cost to new development, then of course all of the people like us who live here pay the cost of that. But it takes considerable time and money to do studies like this, so they're not done every year. And so we would ask that you would consider adding to this a policy that every year you would review these costs for cost of living adjustments. Often it's a routine thing many cities do. You can determine what basis to do. Many use there's a construction building cost. But there's various methods that could be used. That's not to say that you would approve cost increases every year, but just that you would look at them and consider it, and where appropriate, those would be done routinely, because small regular costs are often easier to take than if we wait several years and it seems to be a larger one. Thank you.
Any other members of the public who wish to speak on this specific item may come forward at this time.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. David Nightingale, I'm the president and CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. I just have one question for Gary. When you came up with your calculations for your raise, you said approximately 11% for the different fees. Did you look at other communities in the area for like fees? If you said that, I did not hear it. I'm sorry. That was my question.
When this a similar item came up some months ago, when the council adopted a 25% across-the-board increase. Staff provided some comparables, and to get a comparison, you have to look at the same kind of project, like a 10,000 square foot commercial development, a single-family house. You can't compare drainage fee per drainage fee because every city's geography is different. But at that time, Oceanside's development impact fees were distinctly lower than other cities typically in the county.
Thank you.
Mayor, I see no more public on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Kellison, could you respond to the question about cost of living and ensuring that we keep up with the costs, the actual costs, rather than, to ensure that we continue to be fair?
Yes, staff can respond to council direction through city manager on that. We would not use the consumer cost index, but rather the published construction cost index. Lately, that's been a very stable number, lower than the CPI. Sandag does a similar exercise with what's called the RTCIP. It's the minimal regional developer fee program that we participate in on residential development. Traditionally, Sandag approves a 2% increase annually in that amount, and they've done so in the last several years, and we pass that through, by the way. So to the extent that we have single-family housing, apartments, a lot of that is passed through just on the thoroughfare fee side. But yes, City Council can direct staff, and we can provide an annual update of what the construction increase is, and then await direction of whether it justifies coming back with a new fee schedule.
Right. Well, I'd like to see that, and I would also like to ensure that we continue to look at streamlining and see if we can also save on that end, because what we want to try to reach in terms of the goal is to ensure true costs, right? And if there's a way of making sure that we can do things more efficiently, of course, we're going to pursue that. So I did want to also ask, with respect to the traffic, the thoroughfare and traffic signal developer impact fees, since we are contemplating replacing some lights or substituting lights for by using roundabouts, is that something that's included in this?
Well, for the roundabouts on Coast Highway, no, because we wanted to consider projects that add vehicle capacity and in terms of adding lanes. So it includes projects like the third lane on College across Oceanside Boulevard, as for instance. But there's no specific reason why, if capacity enhancing requires a roundabout, maybe that is more efficient than a four-way traffic signal. And yes, it could be included.
So it could be included. So would we have to add language to this to include that?
The way we would do it, as projects evolve, we would probably adopt a new fee study based upon a revised project and do it that way.
Right. Okay. So you would be recommending that we don't do anything right now to change it to include the roundabouts in this?
Yeah, the fee study is based on the best available estimates of a whole laundry list of projects.
Right.
And it may very well be that a roundabout is cheaper or not more expensive than the traditional four-way traffic signal. If that's the case, there's no impact to cost, and there's no reason to adjust the fee program, which would be my hope.
Okay. So if we want to include that in our, I guess, vision going forward, the notion that we may be using, rather than traffic lights, roundabouts. Madam City Manager, is there anything that we should be doing now? Or is that something that we can do later?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sanchez, it's nothing, we don't need to do anything tonight.
Okay.
But we've heard what you had to say, and we'll certainly keep that in mind, and we could deal with it in the future.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go ahead and make the motion to adopt the resolution.
Thank you. A couple of things I really want to emphasize, and Mr. McSweeney kind of hit on part of this. You know, there was a study done by Point Loma Nazarene that over 40% of the cost of a house now is in fees and regulations. So all this money that we're setting aside now and charging this, even though it's valid, I mean, we do have to pay for these things, it actually goes on the price of a house. That's the reason you cannot find, I call it attainable housing, houses that people can actually buy. So the idea that the more that we do this, people have to realize it adds to the cost of the house to the consumer. So the other way that we can actually get on top of this is those systemic improvements that actually let processing go quicker. I know our staff worked very, very hard to get the projects done in the shortest amount of time because they have projects stacked up behind them and to do that. So if there's some to work with the VIA and find out if there's systems that we can actually put in place to make the process go quicker. So I'm sure you guys work within the industry about third-party verifications for engineering, those type of things. Is that something that can be done? And that's just a suggestion. I'm not saying do that. But the idea to sit down with the actual stakeholders and figure how we can improve the system. Because I'll tell you, my complaints are not fees from developers. In the middle of the project, their complaint is time. So the idea, if we can charge them the fees, but we can save them the time, I think for them it's going to be a wash. So the idea that we need to get that done. So the efficiencies in the system and to make housing more attainable for people. So I think it's very important that we really look at this as a whole big picture of how we get housing done. The Governor Brown just the other day, is finally addressing the affordable housing crisis. The idea that it is a crisis. Housing is a crisis. We are 100,000 units short in San Diego County to provide housing for people. And unless you want to have your kids graduate from high school, you buy them luggage and send them off to Montana or Nevada or Arizona, there's no place for them here. So that's why we have issues in neighborhoods with parking, because we have 2 or 3 generations living in a house, and people, 2 and 3 different families living in a house, because they can't afford the place to buy or rent. So the idea that we really need to understand that we're not going to be able to buy our way out of this. The impact fees for affordable housing will never provide enough affordable housing for people to live. We have to make housing more affordable at the front end so people can actually afford to buy a house. So I'm very concerned about that we keep raising these fees because I don't know what it buys us. The idea that we need to get the efficiencies in the system in order for people to actually have those costs under control. So I do appreciate everybody's work here, and I think the other thing that I really make sure of, these are impact fees. The idea, there is no impact until somebody moves into that house. So the idea to make sure these are deferred to certificate of occupancy to the end of the process and not front charge the developer on these fees until the end. So the idea that nobody's going to have impact on traffic until they actually move in the house and start driving around. So make sure that all these impact fees actually to the end of the process instead of front loading them. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I met with a group of developers yesterday, and they said some of the same things that Councilmember Kern just said, and that is that the fees are not really the big issue. The thing that costs the most money in a new housing project is the time it takes from when they have secured approval of the plans from the city and start the actual project, because the plans go back and forth. Even with approval, there's still conditions on it. So they cannot move forward on a project. We are locking them down into a time clock that they can't escape from. And it seemed to me during this meeting that they were okay with these rate increases, but they really need streamlining of the approval process so that they don't have to sit and wait for 3 years, 5 years, 8 years. for a project to go through. Meanwhile, they continue to pay millions of dollars in costs that they wind up passing on to the consumers. So if we as a city council want to create a local economy that supports having reasonably priced housing, we have to look at all the different elements that are involved here. And I think that was that the saying time is money, I had never heard it explained as well as I did in this meeting yesterday. So I want to acknowledge Councilmember Kern for bringing that up, and I think that's a very important element that we as a council will continue to look at. So thank you.
Honorable Mayor, council members, I just want to assure you that we intend to continue to look at developing processing to look for efficiencies. In fact, we were just discussing it the other day. So we are attuned to it, and we realize that time is money, and that, frankly, is probably the biggest complaint is time. So we are aware of that.
Thank you. This is difficult and onerous on new families and new homeowners. 11% is a lot of money to add to what's already costing a lot of money. I think the key word was efficiencies, and so that's all I ask, is try to work with, stakeholders. BIA has lots of resources. They'll give you an earful every time you ask for it, so I'm sure of that. But they will be glad to help us figure this out. So, and not saying the staff doesn't have all the capability, but I think that's what we're saying here. Thanks.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you've been waiting a long time, but you're number 28 on the list of your things. And we'll get started with that item. I appreciate it to stay here and listen to item number 28.
How about a break?
27, and I think your microphone. Yeah. Item 27 is adoption of a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2016-P10, approving development plan.
I think there's a request for a break.
Oh. 5-minute break for, I guess, a bathroom break for ladies and gentlemen. If you've never been here before, out the double doors, up the stairs for the restroom. 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate the patience. I know you've been a long time. This is what council meetings are like. We listen to a lot of stuff, and it goes on all afternoon, all night. And once in a while, we get an audience that fills up the room kind of like tonight. We appreciate, we understand, listen to both sides before we make our decisions. But item number 27, if you'll take it from there, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, item number 27 is adoption of a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution Number 206-P10, approving Development Plan D15-00020 and Conditional Use Permit CUP-00022 for the development of a 4,967 square foot commercial building with a height of 59 feet on a vacant prepared pad located at the northeast corner of Vista Way and Valley Glen Drive, I-Fly Oceanside, applicant Robert Blomsness, and appellant Richard A. Gillette.
Excuse me, okay. I'll, as the mayor, open this public hearing and start at you again, Jack. Disclosures, please.
No contact. No, I'm just kidding. There has been considerable contact from the public as well as the developer, the applicant, and staff. So, thank you.
Public, staff, applicants.
Applicant, appellant, staff, a lot of emails and messages on my phone. Other than that, that's it.
Well, basically the same. Staff, the applicant, met with the applicant, also met with many of the members of the committee that are here tonight, and the lots of emails. Thank you.
Very similar. I met with, public emails, letters. I met with the applicant, and I met with the appellant.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Clerk?
Yes, my office has received 11 agenda item position slip forms that were in opposition of the project.
Thank you very much. And with that, Sergio, good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Wood, members of the City Council. I'm Sergio Madera. I'm a senior planner with the Planning Division of the Development Services Department. The item before you tonight is consideration of the appeal of the Planning Commission approval of a development plan and conditional use permit for approximately 5,000 square foot commercial building with a height of 59 feet. The Planning Commission approved the project at their March 14th regular meeting. A little background, the project site's located at the northeast corner of Valley Glen and Vista Way. Surrounding uses include the El Camino Country Club to the north, an existing hotel to the west, an existing 3-story commercial building immediately to the east, Vista Way and Highway 78 to the south. The project is part of a larger development known as 3186 Vista Way. It's an approximately 2-acre site, which was approved by the Planning Commission in 2003. That project approved a parcel map for the creation of 2 commercial lots and a 3-story, 17,900 square foot commercial office/restaurant building. Construction of that building was completed in 2005, but the map was never recorded. The subsequent application was submitted in 2009 for a 3-story, just over 23,000 square foot commercial office building on the subject site, and the application also included a parcel map. That parcel map was recorded in December of 2010, but no plans were ever submitted for that commercial office building. So the slide above you depicts the proposed site plan that was approved by the Planning Commission. The site is partially developed. Through that construction of the 3-story office building, on-site improvements were installed, including circulation, parking, on-site utilities, on-site drainage facilities, and a pad was prepared. The applicant is proposing the 5,000 square foot building for commercial recreation and entertainment use for an indoor skydiving facility. The gray outline is the proposed building. The red outline depicts the proposed equipment compound that will be enclosed by an 8-foot-high block wall, and a new trash enclosure will be installed. Some reconfiguration of the parking lot will occur to accommodate the proposed building. Just real brief, the ability to appeal a project is contained in Article 46 of the zoning ordinance. It allows interested parties to appeal planning commission decisions within 10 days of the planning commission's approval of a project or their decision on a project. The appellant did submit their appeal within 10 days of the approval. Article 46 also contains language on which the reviewing body is to consider and considering appeals, and they are the items that are contained within the appeal received by the city. Staff has identified 3 items in the appeal letter submitted to the city, which include inadequate public noticing, incompatibility with surrounding development, and negative traffic and parking impacts. That appeal was included as an attachment to the staff report prepared for this agenda item. So the first item staff is depicting here is inadequate public noticing. The project has complied with all the requirements of the enhanced notification policy as directed by the City Council. That included a notice of application mailed out to all parties on the notification list for the project. A sign was posted at the site. Community meetings were held. There was a public hearing notice sent out to the same notification list, and legal ads appeared twice in the San Diego Tribune. This graphic depicts the notification radius at which the site was noticed. So every property owner within 1,500 feet received all those notices identified, and all tenants within 100 feet received the same notices, complying with all the requirements of the notification policy. The second appeal item is that the project is not compatible with development in the surrounding area. And our response to that would be that the project site is zoned special commercial highway oriented. Existing uses, as we identified previously, include the El Camino Country Club, an existing hotel, existing office building, and Highway 78. Commercial recreation and entertainment uses is the use classification under which the proposed use is categorized. They're permitted by right in the special commercial highway oriented district. And the project complies with all requisite development standards as outlined in this table. The one exception could be seen as the allowable height, but that is permitted through the zoning ordinance through approval of the conditional use permit. So rather than the 50 foot, the applicant requested 59 feet of height to accommodate the necessary equipment to make the indoor flight possible. And that's subject to section 1130B of the zoning ordinance. Another instance in how the proposed project is compatible with existing development is depicted in this graphic. There are 2 existing 4-story, almost 70 feet tall commercial office buildings known as Pacific Gateway Towers, just west of the project site. The graphic does depict the proposed building to give an idea of what the scale and massing, how it's consistent. And the adjacent building immediately to the east of the site has a height that reaches 56 feet, just over 56 feet tall. These graphics here depict what the site could look like from Highway 78. The color scheme is a little different than what's the final product that we've received. These were submitted early on in the process, but it gives you an idea of how it's, in massing and scale, it's consistent with commercial development in the immediate vicinity of the project site. And these again are just some additional graphics for review. This graphic here is a photo simulation prepared which depicts the view from the El Camino Country Club. It shows the existing 3-story office building on the left of the graphic, the proposed project superimposed, and the 2 Pacific Gateway Tower buildings to the west. Finally, there is a third item identified in the appeal received from the appellant, and that those were negative traffic impacts, that traffic impacts and parking impacts weren't adequately analyzed. And staff would respond in that a traffic study was prepared for the project. It showed that there will be no impact to the existing level of service, which at the intersection of Valley Glen and Vista Way are level of service A during the AM peak hour and the level of service B during the PM peak hour. As a comparison, we provided the traffic study shows that the project would generate 213 vehicle trips per day, compared to the previously approved 3-story office building, which would have generated approximately 465 vehicle trips per day. Parking was analyzed through the use of a parking study. The city's zoning ordinance identifies a number of different uses under the commercial, recreation, and entertainment category. These things include theaters, bowling alleys, arcades, card rooms, tennis and racket clubs, and it also has a broader category, which other commercial, recreation, and entertainment uses. And those parking standards are to be determined by the city planner. So rather than just arbitrarily assigning a parking standard, a traffic study was submitted, which analyzed an existing I-Fly facility in Tacoma, Washington, which showed that the proposed use would have a parking demand of 35 spaces. Consequently, 35 spaces have been provided at the project site. In addition, the parcel holds a reciprocal parking agreement with the adjacent parcel to the east, which has 82 parking spaces, which could be, portions of that could be made available should there be a larger event at the facility and overflow parking necessary. This is just a graphic that depicts the proposed parking layout on the left in red and the existing parking layout on the right. Again, adequate parking is available for the project. Finally, not a point of the appeal. However, there's been a lot of comment about proposed noise associated with the project. A noise analysis was submitted with the project application materials, which show that the proposed use would comply with the city's noise ordinance. Those decibels are identified along the north property line. The maximum potential noise achievable at those property lines and still be consistent with the noise ordinance would be 57.2 decibels, and they all come in well under that allowable limit. A couple other items. The Planning Commission, while they did approve the project unanimously, they did add 2 conditions of approval as a response to some concerns expressed by the public, and so this graphic depicts enhanced landscaping along the north and west property lines. The applicant has added 9 Italian cypress trees to help conceal the building, to some extent soften its appearance from those 2 perspectives where the sensitive users will pass by. While not at planting, there won't be, but at maturity, those trees could reach between a range of 50 to 60 feet, thereby obscuring and softening the appearance of the building. And finally, the final condition of approval the Planning Commission added was to soften that dark blue color that you see. So the top picture depicts the proposed, or the color scheme before, and the bottom picture depicts the color scheme afterwards. So the applicant chose a building, and staff concurred that it complied with the intent of the Planning Commission's requirement to soften that darker blue to something more palatable, and it's a pastel blue color that's also depicted on both the north and south elevations. So with that, staff is recommending that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission's approval through adoption of the resolution contained in the staff report, attached to the staff report. That concludes my presentation. I'll be available for any questions that the City Council may have.
Thank you, Sergio. Have a seat at the sidebar. I appreciate it.
At this time, the appellant, Richard Gillette, may come forward for his 20-minute presentation.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, and staff, my name is Richard Gillette. I filed the appeal in this matter. I reside at 3013 Arnie's Alley, have resided there since 1980, and I've lived in Oceanside since 1976. We have formally appealed the decision of the Planning Commission, and I'm not here with a whole host of consultants or lawyers. I'm here with a number of very concerned fellow Oceanside citizens and neighbors who feel just like I do. Obviously, my appeal letter in many respects speaks for itself. Let me first state that everybody who's opposed to this project and who supports the appeal and would like you all to deny this project, all think that skydiving indoors has to be a lot of fun, even though some of us are way too old to do it. The other thing is that we'd like to obviously thank the applicant for his service to our country, and we wish him and his family all the best. This is not personal. We have many, many residents who have lived in the neighborhood for decades. We all knew that was commercial property out there. And one of the other benefits of going through this process is that I have had the benefit and the privilege of meeting with 4 of the 5 of you personally, some in small numbers, some in slightly larger numbers, a chance to interact with our city officials. The subdivisions of El Camino Villas 2 and Camino Crest comprise approximately 125 houses. Ironically, when Mr. Madera put up the circle of the 1,500-foot radius, of the 63 homes in El Camino Villas 2, 4 of them were noticed, because there's a long gap before the other ones start, and the 1,500-foot radius stopped at that lady's southern border. She was not noticed. Now, there are a few people in the community who had put in special requests, so they were noticed. The majority of the people in Camino Crest were noticed, and a lot of people up in Nicholas, Sneed, Littler, and Mangrum were not, even though their views look right down the valley. Something else that's important is that you have to note that Valley Glen, which is at the corner of this property, is a private street. It's not a public road, it's a private street. And everybody who lives inside those communities contributes dollars to reserves to help maintain that road, along with the country club, the motel, etc. And we never heard anything about mitigating any impacts on that street. Some of you were here when the Hooters building was approved, and they were specifically directed to take all of their traffic out onto Vista Way. We can assure you that didn't happen. They all came out the back entrance so that they could use the light. We have no doubt that the people who use iFly are going to do the same thing should you decide to approve the project. The other thing is what happens during construction. There's a 23-foot subterranean concrete structure that's going to hold all of the airflow mechanisms in this project, which means there's going to have to be a lot of concrete imported. What's going to happen to the private streets when the concrete trucks hit it? We put in 25 signatures as required. I think there were slightly more just to make sure that somebody we didn't fuck. But we also handed out to staff through, I believe it was through the receptionist at your offices yesterday, copies of in addition to that, another 100 signatures or thereabouts of people who all oppose the project. As was mentioned by Mr. Madera in my letter, I referenced three key issues. One was the noticing area, which I know complies, but somewhere common sense has to come in, because the primary entrance for 63 homeowners is right by this property, and 59 of them were not noticed about the project. Thankfully, we were able to notice them. Parking and traffic. There have been several interactions between the country club and the applicant. The country club is originally against the project, then all of a sudden the country club sent out a notice to its members saying, please don't park in that parking lot. The next thing you know, there's been some kind of a détente worked out, and the country club reversed itself and said they were going to try to live like good neighbors and so forth. We don't know whether there's also an arrangement that the country club can use that land. Hooters is gone now, so the parking issue is not a big one. But what happens if another restaurant comes in that is very popular and that office building fills up and they need those 82 parking places and can't share with the iFly project? In the accompanying staff report, the staff said that most of the key issues faced by the applicant had either complied with existing zoning regs or had been mitigated to an acceptable level. In our opinion, some of that is still up for dispute, but there is one item that can't be mitigated, and that's the height of the building. That is why we're here. They need a conditional use permit in order to exceed the 50-foot height. Conditional use permits are in the regulations for a reason. They are there so that city officials have to deal publicly with applicants' requests that go outside of the regular zoning regulations. This one clearly does. And the appeal process is done so that the public has a chance to express its voice on variances that don't comply with the regulations. So, and we get the opportunity to meet with you all who are elected officials, as opposed to the Planning Commission, who none of whom were elected by anybody, at least not us. Sorry. The current zoning in the area does allow for 50-foot height. Subject property is proposed to be 59 feet high, which is why it needs a conditional use permit. I think we've had the question answered. One of the questions was going to be, where's the 59 feet measured from? I presume it's going to be now from the pad that has already been cut on the property, which is at least 4 feet and potentially 5 feet higher than Valley Glen. So the looming nature of the building is now at least 4 or 5 feet higher than that street. Now, as Mr. Madeira also mentioned, when the height of the project is mentioned among staff, in the applicant's moving papers, and in some of the comments we heard from some of you, the Hooters building and the 2 office buildings to the west always come up. I was always taught growing up that 2 wrongs don't make a right. I'm not necessarily in favor of what happened with those buildings. The 2 office buildings have been there for decades, and the Hooters building, this room was more crowded than it is now for that particular project as well. And the Hooters building is not a massive structure that is all 50 feet high or 56 feet and some inches. It has a tower, and that tower is what sticks up a little bit higher. Certainly not as imposing as the sheer mass of this building. One of the other questions is, we appreciate that a number of you, and certainly a number of citizens, became active when the discussion came up for digital billboards. We appreciate that. We're hoping that's going to be something that is long past. But in essence, at night, this building is going to become a digital billboard. What's it going to look like at night? It's obviously going to be lit, because the signage on it has to be visible at night. So it is going to be almost a de facto billboard because of its height, not because of how it looks, not because of the color scheme, not because of anything other than the fact that it's 59 feet high and, quite frankly, doesn't look like an office building, obviously. Thankfully, we have had the opportunity to state our case in both publicly and privately with most of you, and many of us also spoke at the Planning Commission meeting. Unfortunately, I think our mics were turned off or something, because I don't think anybody heard us. And obviously, the Planning Commission approved the project 7-0. To conclude, we live in interesting political times. Most of what's going on is a direct result of the public not feeling that they have a voice, not feeling that when they raise their voices, people are listening. So we're here tonight to use our voices and collectively let you know how we feel about the project. As a side note, the current political era has stirred up a lot of interest among millennials. It seems like they're coming out of their parents' basements because they can't afford a house in Oceanside, I guess. But don't lose sight of the impact of aging baby boomers and their neighbors. Just a quick aside before I close, I would like those who have accompanied me in this effort, who are here in the room right now, to please stand and show their support for the opposition of the I-Flight building.
All millenniums.
Yep. Well, we might have one or two, but that's not very many. Thank you. Thank you. We respectfully request a no vote tonight. It will send a message that voters can have a difference, that voters can make a difference, and especially where there's a conditional use permit required. This building, by its design, does not meet the zoning regulations of the city of Oceanside and cannot be built without a conditional use permit. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the applicant has 20 minutes to speak.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Thank you for your time tonight. I have a short video that kind of gives you a background of the I-Fly building, and I'll show it quick, and then I wanted to answer some of the questions and concerns that have come up. There's no volume now, but this is showing the STEM programs. One of the many different options we're going to have at the facility, and this helps the local schools, which we want to bring to the school district. Learning about right there, you can read it, science, technology, engineering, and math. And just kind of a background about our building and who we serve. Our main customer is between 7 and 14. It's a lot of birthday parties. That's another reason our traffic numbers is so low, is a lot of the people that want to come here can't drive. They're driving with their parents or birthday parties. And out of any other option to build on this pad, I think we are pretty much the least traffic implications, where we show it at the max peak hour of exchanging shifts. We'll take 35 spaces, and that's on the worst possible scenario, and we have enough spaces to accommodate that. But after the appeal, I saw that one of the reasons was inadequate parking. I went to the owner of the building next to us and asked for permission to have an overflow in case we ever needed it, and just to settle a concern that we were able to sustain ourselves in that location. And as the traffic study, we have the traffic analysis, the third party that did the traffic analysis that I brought with, and also the noise analysis if there's any more questions about that. But it was all done third party to, answer concerns brought forward. That goes over the video. Kind of background of me, I'm a veteran, and I was in the area of San Diego Station. I'm since out, but since I got out, I've been trying to be an entrepreneur and start my own business, and this is what led me here to speak in front of you this evening. I'm really happy with my past. I'm happy with this project. I'm very, very excited and passionate about this. I think this is a great entertainment to bring to a city, and there's a lot of cities across the country that just has the 51st iFly has opened up across the world, and 3 of them are on Royal Caribbean cruise ships. But and on the cruise ship, they have a cabin right next to the iFly, and they don't say it's bad with the noise either. So I think this is a lot more distant. There's iFly in Mission Valley, and we bought the rights to the Northern Territory, so there will only be 2 in San Diego, and we're really excited to bring it to your city if you want us. And we have already purchased the property because we ran out of extension time under our escrow contract, and it was day 5 after the approval, and we were kind of at a turning point where do we purchase the property or do we not? And we had to purchase it because we felt so strongly about this, and we did get a vote 7-0 from the planning staff. And thank you, Mr. Gillette, for your comments. I wanted to address a couple of them. One, you are perfectly fine to fly in the tunnel. There's been people all the way up to 103 that have flown, and that we'd be happy to have you. And I did speak with the general manager at the golf course, Gary, and he said he wasn't able to come today because he's out traveling. But before our planning commission, he wrote in a letter, and it was a letter of concern, and I saw the letter, so I went to meet with him and just give him the facts and see if I could answer any of his questions. And after talking with him, he said I answered everything, and he was happy with my answers. And since then, he said it was okay to use his name, saying that he's supports us and is looking forward to being a neighbor. We want to be great neighbors. The nice thing about not having a corporation in here, a franchise, is everybody has my number already from the information that we handed out. So if there's ever an issue, they have one person to call, and I can fix it. Gary also mentioned that the golf course used to own all that property years ago, and they sold it for people to buy for development. And he just said that's kind of what it was intended for. The build process for our tunnel will be 6 to 7 months. It's a relatively quick build process, so we'll have a little impact. And the concrete work, there is concrete, and that's all done at the beginning. And at our initial city, or the public awareness meeting, there were some concerns brought up, and one was that it was a private drive, and we talked about issues to get around that. And I said it at that meeting also, is if there is damage and if there's no way to not have traffic go there, I'd gladly pay our share of anything that we did. And I emphasize that we want to be good neighbors and long-lasting neighbors. As far as the consistency around the buildings, there's the old Hooters building. The traffic analysis for that was over 1,000 vehicle trips a day, and we're at the 213, just because it's all appointment based, and ours is stretched over the whole day instead of just 9 to 5, so that it'll be even less condensed as it appears in an office building. And as far as the zoning, I've been told by the planning staff that in the zoning there's a stipulation that allows 10 feet in excess if you get a conditional use permit. So I was told that we are zoned properly for this. We just had to go through the process and request it. And our top elevation is just the wind tunnel component, and there's a large break where we won't be a huge massive wall like the 2 70-foot buildings that are directly to the west of us. As far as the signs and being a big sign, we are not going to put any signs on the golf course side or the side where they can see them. We know, we don't want to do any light pollution. We'll only have signs at the entrance, which is below the landscaping that we have. So it'll be limited impact as far as night pollution or light pollution. And I just wanted to save the rest of the time for any questions that come up from the public. I do want to say that we had the public awareness meeting, and after that we took in their comments and considerations. We willingly and without being told to do, had a traffic study for that specific location and also a noise study for that location, because one of their concerns was noise and traffic, and we found out in our favor that it wasn't going to increase traffic, and the noise was less than what's the allowable. And beyond that, we still are planning on quieting our noise level, which is all on the highway side. It's the cooling fan. And then after the planning commission meeting, we had a request for, like I said, not good traffic study or parking, and we went out and got more parking spaces. And just every time that someone says something that they don't like, we are trying to fix it and find a solution to be good neighbors, like I said. But I'd like to save the rest of the time for comments at the end.
Yeah, the way this appeal hearing works, the appellant has reserved time from his 20 minutes. Your time is now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, and after the planning commission, we've changed our color again to coincide with the area and also Oceanside. And the diagram that Mr. Gillette had is the picture from Mission Valley, I believe, and that was the corporate colors, which dark blues and some purples. And we got approval from the franchise to change their corporate colors, and we've changed it as Sergio has shown. It's a lot lighter blues, and on the outside of the air tunnel, it's a very light blue. And what our intention is was to blend in to the sky, so they don't see that dark blue when they look at it. And we're trying to again be good neighbors and voice their concerns or answer their concerns. And then I'd like to point out, if there was an office building that was previously approved in that parcel that we own, it would cause more traffic. It would be more massive on actual size-wise. We only have under 5,000 square foot space, and it's just not a straight wall like a building would be. So I think, in my opinion, we're lower impact than anything else that you would put on that area. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. At this time, the public may come forward. I'll call them in order of three to begin. First, we have John Panat Jones, then Chuck Atkinson, and David Neidiger. You may come to the podium and speak.
My name is John Pennant Jones. I live at 2040 Lincoln Street. It's not in the golf course or in that area, but I'm a member of El Camino. And I've talked to a lot of my friends and stuff. And they said, why don't you come and have a look at what's going on? So I did. So I went onto the web and, excuse me. I was out at the site today, and I just happened to record the sound behind the building, and it was on for 2 hours. I was there. This endless, it's just the fans that are working, but it sort of makes this silly noise. Where is it again? That's the sound of fans all day long, all night, I suppose. Anyway. So what I did, I went on the web and I looked at every one of the 23 sites that they have on their web that are in the United States of America. There is not one of those sites. By the way, I think this is a fabulous idea. I'd love to go flying. The company itself, they're doing very well, so I'm sure they're a brilliant company. But they're not even following their own design plans, and they are just doing something they've never done before, which is put a site like this in a residential area. Of the 23 sites that they have, there is not one in a residential area similar to what we're looking at. There are 9 that have some marginal. You know what I did with these final work? These are the 23 sites, and I'd like you chaps on the committee to just pass these around. And what you're going to see is that wherever they've picked their sites, they have been around freeways, as this is, but in every single case, the freeway has been between them and any residential area. So their noise would obviously not affect the residents because they would come across the freeways. Also, on almost every occasion where they could, they have 2 freeways there. In fact, if you look at the freeways, we have 11 sites are on one freeway, and each one of those sites is on the far side of the freeway so that it does not impact the residents. There is one site of all of them that has actually no freeway in the way, and there are 11 that have multiple freeways, either 1 or 2 freeways. And whenever that happens, they put their sites in the middle of them so their noise impact, and don't forget their highway visibility is brilliant because everyone sees them, but they're not impacting any residential sites. If you then look at the number of sites they have out of the 23.
And just so you know, your time is coming up.
Well, just let me finish. I'll take somebody else's couple of minutes if you don't mind. You've got 13 of these sites and not even have a single residential site in view. It's absolutely unbelievable that they would now come along and put a site on the same side as the residential is, and then all of the fans, the noise you heard before, that is going towards the golf course, towards the tennis courts, towards the houses. So they're a brilliant concept. I'm sure they're a highly profitable company that knows what they're doing. But why, in this instance, have they taken a piece of property that is going to impact the residents, is going to be the ugliest thing I've ever... Have all you chaps been down to have a look at the mission site? You know, you saw the picture. It's the ugliest bloody building I've ever seen in my life. And if you put that thing there... No, I'm serious. I mean, it looks like one of these blown up... I'm sorry, I'm going to shut up in a second. It looks like one of these children's playground blown up ships. And it has no business being there. Find somewhere in Oceanside, anywhere they like, in a commercial or a residential or industrial park, and everyone will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to leave the noise there. I'm sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. My name is Chuck Atkinson, and my address is 4945 Oceanside. I'm here this evening to support iFly. I think it's a great, new, exciting business to come to Oceanside. Small businesses, what grows, it brings the taxes to companies, to cities to grow their infrastructure. And 99% of the small business has less than 500 employees. 89.6% of small business has less than 20 employees. This project, iFly, says they can hire 35 people, which is very good as far as providing jobs in Oceanside. We need small business here in Oceanside to help pay for all the infrastructure and taxes rather than just taxing the homeowner. So it will help greatly to bring more business, small business to Oceanside. It's estimated that I-Fly will bring in approximately $5 million a year to Oceanside revenue base. It'll bring the jobs, and it'll bring a lot of tourists to this area. Like I said, this is a unique, different type of recreation, entertainment, which will also, it's educational. Schools will be here with their science class. They're doing many experiments. I, for one, think it's a great program. I would like to see it in the city, bring it to the city. The planning department has approved it. It looks like it's up to you now to decide whether that stays or goes. But I hope you make the right decision and decide to keep it here. This young man has spent 5 years in the Navy. He was part of a Navy SEAL Team 7. He's come back here to start a business and raise a family in Oceanside. And I think it'd be an honor to have him here and along with this business. He spent a lot of money to bring this project here, and it's been approved all the way down the line, except for tonight, which we hope it will be passed. But you talk about what it costs for new homes, cost a lot for new business to come to the area as well. So I hope you keep that in mind, because a lot of people watching on their TV tonight who may want to start a business here in Oceanside, and if it's shot down after putting all this money in, not a good thing. So I hope you will vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, David Neidiger. I'm the president and CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. And of course, the Chamber of Commerce is a business membership organization, so we do support business. When Rob came to us and told us about his project, I was ecstatic. This is precisely the type of business that we need in our community. It will add yet a new, unique entertainment value for the folks that come to this town. Look where we've come in the last 15 years with everything that's happening in downtown. This is an opportunity to expand into other parts of our community and really bring a business that is clean, that is educational, that is family-oriented, that is a lot of fun. I just don't see why we can possibly why you can't possibly support this. 35 new potential jobs. Jobs are critical to our community. That brings people, that brings money, that brings tax revenue to the city. We can do a lot of the things that we've always wanted to have around here. The property was zoned commercial. It was zoned commercial when those buildings were being built, when the homes were being built. They knew that there was going to be commercial property down there. This is an opportunity to help fill in that. I've always wondered what the heck was going to go into that little plot of land. I go by it every single week on my way to my Rotary Club meeting, and now we see something that can really help our community in many different ways. More importantly, if it's shot down or disapproved, it sends a message about our community to the business community. It might be a lot harder to attract even new and better businesses. And I know one of the goals of the Economic Development Commission in our town is to get businesses, to bring people into town, to get those folks, to get those jobs, because that's what we need is jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Charles Ball, Leslie Gall, and Joan Gillette.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Thank you for letting me come up and speak. And everything this gentleman from the Chamber of Commerce said is great. And we want all of that. We just don't want it in our housing project. And it's noisy. It's inconsistent with anything that's ever been there, and I hope you'll consider, aside from the impact it would have, we agree that it would create jobs and create revenue for the city. Fine, put it somewhere else. What's it going to do to our value of our housing after it's put up? Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. I'm Leslie Dahl, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of Visit Oceanside and the tourism industry. And we respectively ask you to uphold the Planning Commission's decision to move forward with iFly. This is exactly what we want in our community. We pride ourselves in small businesses, local entrepreneurs. That's what sets us apart from other communities. And we have this gentleman who's willing and excited to invest in our community, bring his family here, and live his dream. He's a veteran-owned business. He has a small family that he wants to bring here, so he's excited to be a part of the community and work with the schools and the youth camps for educational training. He wants to utilize STEM and STEAM educational curriculum to inspire students for science and technology jobs and help educate them. In addition, he's done his due diligence. He purchased land in an area that is zoned for commercial. And not only that, he has addressed and mitigated all the different concerns that's come up. If you look at it, the height is compatible to that area, and in some instances, it's smaller than buildings that are in that area. He's addressed the traffic. He doesn't have the capacity to accommodate crowds, so it won't impact it in that way. He's addressed the noise. That's way below the decibels that's allowed and zoned in that area. I can't imagine the highway noise I can't imagine it being louder than the highway noise on Highway 78. It's the perfect location for this. It's off of a highway. So I really encourage you to look at that. It's also a perfect fit for our personality. We are action, sport, soft adventure community. It's one of the pillars that we focus on as an authentic experience for Oceanside from a tourism perspective. We're in an experience economy, and he lines up really nice with that. It also will provide incremental business for group travel into the area, looking at military troops coming in to train, looking at corporate team building events. We don't have a convention center. We have to look at those alternative niches that are perfect to our personality, and this provides that natural fit for us in the sports tourism market. We can provide incremental business. He can help do that. It's another tool in our toolbox for tourism. I really appreciate your continued support with tourism as a major economic engine for the community, and we look forward to you approving this and working with Rob in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joan Gillette.
Yeah, thank you. Just the mic.
I live at 3013 Arnie's Alley in Oceanside. I've lived there since the house was built in 1978. Most of what I was going to say has already been said by several people, but I want to comment on something that was said about the parking. We who live in that area know that when the club has a special event, they use the Hooters parking lot for overflow parking. Now, if you approve the iFly project, they have an event, they can't use that lot because it's being used. The gentleman said he's made a deal with that company to use those 82 spots. What happens when somebody goes into the Hooters restaurant? And we all know something will go in there. And I sort of have a feeling that if this project is approved, we're going to have another Hooters, only it'll be under a different name, but it's going to be pretty much the same thing. But how do you account for those 82 spaces when the Hooters facility is taken? Doesn't make sense to me, but maybe it does to somebody else. You know, and we've been hearing from a lot of people about, you know, we're pro-military or pro-business. There's not a person behind me that isn't pro-business for Oceanside or pro-military. We are all of those things. But I would ask you, who is pro-residential communities? Please think about us when you make your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Bert Cross, Laurel Roberts, and Charles Griffin.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members. My name is Bert Cross. I live at 2120 Palmer Drive. We know that there are many criteria that must be met for any project's application to work its way through the system and to be processed. But site development formulas, charts, ratios, though helpful, all too often serve as a substitute for well-considered planning and well-considered decision-making. They provide city planners a buffer from accountability. Does a project have this? Does a project have that? Where is the curb cut? Are the parking stalls this deep? Are they that wide? And so on. Ultimately, if all the right little boxes are checked, projects get passed and buildings get built. But we can't help but think that if that was all there was to it, then government planning could easily be replaced by a machine. We believe that in assessing any project, there should be and there must be a thoughtful and human side to the equation. A human side that looks beyond the system. A human side that, after all the little boxes have been tallied, is able to step back and ask the all-important question, did the system serve the community, or did the system fail the community? We cannot believe that anyone looking at this building can truly believe that it would be a good fit at this location, being next to two quiet residential communities. The architecture relates to nothing at all in the area, being the gigantic billboard that it is meant to be. But as city council, what do? All the little boxes might have been checked. Do you stay the path permitting its construction regardless of all the collateral damage that it will inflict on us, such as an increased traffic, increased noise, threatening our property values? Or do you, the city council, intervene and demonstrate that when a system has faltered, as we firmly believe it has, you summon the courage, and it will take courage, for you to use your well-placed authority and do what's right for the community, to overturn planning for this project, and by so doing, correct what we view to be a terrible wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laurel Roberts. I live at 2303 Nicholas Drive. I live on the golf course with a direct view to the proposed building. I've personally done the indoor skydiving. It's really fun. I had a great time, and it was up in an area in LA that was surrounded by only entertainment. There was nothing residential. It was at Universal Studios. It was really fun. I think it's a great revenue thing for the city of Oceanside. I think that there's lots of places that it could be located that would not impact residents. If you lived and you had your beautiful view and a big giant building came in that was going to affect you, whether you're a young family, an ex-Navy SEAL, whatever. All those things are great, but it does affect our property values. It affects our lifestyle. And I've been a realtor for the past 16 years, and I can tell you it definitely will affect my property values and everybody else that sees it, because it's not the right fit for our community right there. It's a great thing, it's fun, but it should be located somewhere else. And I hope you consider it, because it definitely affects me, my husband, and all my neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Charles Griffin. I live at 2303 Nicholas Drive, which is actually directly behind this structure and behind the Hooters and behind the Extended Stay Americas. I also am representing the El Camino Homeowners Association #1, so I wish you would look at me and see 35 of these badges here, because most of them weren't even notified in the first place. But because I'm on the board, I'm also the guy that got the phone calls about Hooters that's so noisy, you get them to turn it down. All that noise just drifts up, especially in the evening hours. It's going to be noisy. But the other big issue, I'm not even going to talk about traffic. The biggest issue is clearly architecture. In fact, I'm kind of mad at John saying it was the ugliest building he's ever seen, because I wanted to say that. It's really bad. And I was also on the architectural committee when Hooters was built, and they had a good neighbor policy, and they came and asked us, what do you want to see different about this structure? We said, well, it's in between this hotel that's got some Spanish style to it and the Extended Stay America. And guess what? They started putting towers and tiles, and they made it a lot better. Never was anything like that. I just remotely can't imagine you allowing something like this to go into a neighborhood and sit between two relatively nice-looking buildings. So where is your good neighbor policy? That's what I'm asking you. Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this specific item may come to the council and address them for 3 minutes, but you're not allowed to speak again if you've already spoken. Mayor, I see none. Now we have a 6-minute rebuttal from Mr. Gillette.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I promise not to take all 6 minutes. First of all, I'd like to thank the applicant for the offer to come fly in his facility, as long as that facility is not at the corner of Vista Way in Valley Glen. And again, I want to reiterate, this is not personal. This is probably an assemblage of 250 to 300 people who I will remind everybody, and I was slightly joked at by a couple of the representatives when I said the majority of the people that we deal with regarding this issue in the community and so forth are all voters. And given the political community as it is today, I can assure you that this group of people is going to be far more focused on voting for almost everything. And that's obviously from the top with the presidential election coming up all the way down to local politics. We appreciate your time. We appreciate the fact that you've taken the time to listen. We appreciate the interest of the business leaders who are concerned about business in our community. I've been a small businessman in this community for 40 years. I know how hard it is. I know what it means to the community. And we're not saying this isn't fabulous for Oceanside. We're saying it's in the wrong place, and the conditional use permit is required to go to 59 feet. We thank you for hearing us, and we'll enjoy listening to your deliberations, and I'll abandon the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing and come back to the council, and I'll start with the Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thanks, everyone, for coming to the meeting and giving us your input. It's extremely important in these kind of projects. When I first saw this project, I was really surprised because I was like, I don't know why I hadn't heard about it before. I looked at it, and I know this community very well. When my dad was going to dialysis, I would drive by there a couple of times a day on a daily basis. This project site, I'm going to talk about the site first, had been approved for a building, for a office building, and that's consistent with everything else, right? This sense of an office building and maybe something on the first floor. So the notion, I think, that where we were headed was more of a passive use, not this kind of use, this kind of active, noisier use. I have to say I was taken aback by the architecture and the massiveness of the building. I was advised that, well, it's a little shorter than some of the other buildings, but the way it presents, the way it projects, makes it look even taller and bigger. It just really sticks out. I do believe it is inconsistent with the surrounding community. On the other hand, I think that there's a place for something like this in Oceanside. Quite frankly, I thought maybe somewhere like across from El Corazon would have been a good place, where we have an active kind of, sports activities, a lot of kids going, a lot of parents going. I kept hearing this, kids. This would have been a perfect place. Another perfect place would have been near the airport. I think that would have been something, keeping with the theme. But here, I really don't think this is the right place for it. I do believe it's just totally inconsistent with this community. So my motion would be to deny the project and overturn the Planning Commission.
Do I have a second? Motion dies without a second. Thank you very much. Mr. Kern, please.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. The noise study, who did the noise study? Can you come up, please? I don't know if you can answer this question. What is the ambient noise there now?
The ambient noise ranges from along the El Camino Country Club Trail, it's approximately 57 decibels. In front of the Quality Inn and Suites, it's 65. Next to the Hooters restaurant, it's 69.
Okay. And then with the project in place, how were those changed, projected?
At the trail, the project would create 39 decibels, which would be inaudible over the ambient noise. At the Quality Inn, the project would create 60 decibels, which would be faintly audible over the existing freeway noise. And at the Hooters restaurant, it would be 59, which would be just barely audible and able to be made out.
Okay.
And all of the noise actually projects to the south.
Okay. And that's why I wanted, because that was, one of the issues was noise, so there's not a significant noise impact.
No, there's not.
Okay. The other one is on the parking, and Sergio, they meet all the city's parking requirements for this site?
The project meets its parking requirements on their own site. The excess parking that's available through the reciprocal parking agreement would be overflow parking in the event there's a special event and they need a couple extra spaces.
Okay. And the parking issue you have is not with this facility. You have that with El Camino Country Club. You can't expect them to solve your El Camino Country Club parking problem. So the idea that what they're building and what they're doing, I understand there's parking issues because of El Camino and their events, but you can't expect a third party to solve that problem for you or resolve that for you. So you have to do that. Zoning, if this building was at 50 feet, by right, they could go there because they'll be within the envelope all the way around. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what our issue
They would need approval of a development plan.
well, development plan approval, but everything else would do it. So we're here for the variance of the 9 feet, which is 3 foot higher than the Hooters building and actually 10 foot lower than the twin office buildings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then the other one, and I have a real problem with a couple things. This is a commercial zone. This is not a residential area. I mean, I understand there's residential behind it, and like 1,500 feet behind it, there's residential. But that's everywhere in the city that we have commercial strips with residential behind it. Mission Avenue, Oceanside Boulevard, El Camino, all of those areas to do that. So the idea that, you know, and the reason that there's so few people noticed at the 1,500 foot level, because there's not that many people close to 1,500 feet. I understand that there's people up the hill and they're very concerned about it. So I'm in favor of the project. And one of the things somebody made a statement about how it serves the community. Well, we up here have to look at the whole community. You know, the community of Oceanside, our jobs to housing ratio, the people that we employ and bringing jobs and bringing other industries to Oceanside. So that's what we've been striving to do for years. And I think this is a good location for this because it's right on the freeway. So I am going to move that we uphold the planning commission's decision and deny the appeal. I have a second. I have Jeff. I didn't hear you. No second? Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, Deputy Mayor.
So I have a couple questions about the Valley Glen Drive. Is that actually a private road, not a city street? The entire length of it right out to Vista Way?
It is a private street.
And would this property be allowed to use that under whatever right-of-way or easement?
They hold an access easement on Valley Glen, access through Valley Glen Drive.
So that's legal as it is right now because that's entitled to that property then? Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah. So they'll be able to enter legally on either Vista Way or on Valley View Drive?
That's correct.
Yeah. And after the construction is done, I imagine the majority of use would be single-family vehicle kind of traffic, not construction trucks or concrete trucks or anything like that.
The types of vehicles that would bring users of the facility there, yes.
Yes. And just as a sort of curiosity, because I did read all the emails that came in, and many of them suggested that they just move it to another location. Can we just ask them to move to another location? And if so, how does the city impact that? Can we knock on his door or say, look, if you move it to another location, we'll make it possible for you to buy the land for another $1.5 million?
No, that's not in the purview of the city.
Oh, it's not in the purview of the city. So the city can't decide to tell the applicant to move to another property. We can just tell them yes or no on this property. That's our whole.
We analyze the project that's submitted to us, yes. And
Yeah.
we check it against consisting with the city's policies and the general plan and the rules outlined in the zoning ordinance.
Okay, thank you. I want to acknowledge that I thought your presentation was very thorough. I reviewed it a couple times, and it answered a lot of my questions already, so thank you.
Mr. Feller, please.
Thank you. I've probably dwelled on this as much as anything I've dwelled on since I had cookies at Elsie's. You have literally, I think, 3 subdivisions behind the golf course. I think that's besides on off of Sneed and Nicholas. And I've driven every street. I had forgotten that you have literally 3 entrances into your subdivision if you just knock down a couple of fences. We got completed roads going to Short Hill, or I think it's Short Hill, and then out on the end, out onto Skyline. I got out of my car in all those places and looked. In fact, I think I remember seeing 2303 standing in the garage when I was in that neighborhood. And I looked at this piece of property from every angle, and really it's hard to see from most properties. But the ones right on the golf course definitely are able to see it pretty clearly. I've been up the hill all the way to the end of maybe it's Palmer. You can't hardly see it from up there. And you really can't see it much unless you are on the golf course. So I've looked at it from every angle, looked at it from Carriage Circle, can't really see it, maybe from somebody's backyard there. And then I went to iFly. I've been to the one in San Diego. I've talked to Rob extensively. I'm touched by his genuine feeling for what he wants to do with his life and family. When I was standing outside the building in San Diego, you really have to stretch, unless you're within 5 or 10 feet of the building, to hear the fan over 10 lanes on Highway 8 and probably another 10 lanes on 805. So noise is not really a concern in that location. They also have thousands of people living within probably as close a proximity to that site there as there is that at least 1,000 people living, 1,000 units in the, I'd say, half a mile anyway of the property along, I think it's Texas Street. I do have a question from Rob, and that is, which side of the building are you entering on?
The entrance is on the parking lot side, so it's away from the highway, and we have everything, the noise-making mechanical instrument, which is, it's not actually the fan that powers the tunnel, it's the cooling system that, chills the machine parts, is on the highway side. So all the noise will be at the highway side, and we'll be entering through the parking lot side that's existing now.
And that building is 59 feet. You're going down 26 feet or something like that?
It's 24 feet.
So could you go down 10 more feet?
Not with the ADA requirements for accessibility to the building. We're pretty much at where we need to be. And we've if you notice the Mission Valley location, we're kind of symmetrical. Where their entrance is on the right side of the building, ours is going to be on the left due to the grade of the pad there and the wheelchair ramp that we need to have.
And I saw in the pictures that were passed around by John, some of the buildings light up the top part.
Yes, we're not going to have the top lit on the golf court side, just the highway side. And we're allowed by code to have 2 signs, so we're going to present that on the highway visibility side only.
Okay. We already heard that if that was an office building, that's all I have. that it would be 413 trips or 465 trips, something like that. If it was just a 3-story office building that like was proposed in.
That is correct, what was previously approved there.
Are they, are we stuck on the colors? You know, I thought that brown one in Denver looked really great, but blue is, they have to have that blue.
Yes, Councilmember, the picture that you saw from Mr. Gillette was the corporate colors, and went away from that and we went to light blue so it blends in with the sky. During our planning commission, the chairperson, Balma, being an architect she is, she even agreed that brown is not something that you want when you're at a skydiving building. You want something that doesn't make you think you're going to hit the ground. You want to be in the sky, and also be in Oceanside, just ocean colors to go in with the tourism that we plan to bring.
That probably wouldn't have been my perception of the brown because of that. But anyway, that's all I have. We and Mr. Gillette, and I finished his sentence when we were having the meeting about, and we're all voters. So, and it's kind of, after 15 years being threatened by we're all voters is, probably cost me a few hours of sleep. And I want to hear what Jim has to say, but I'm not sure. I'm still not sure if I'm going to support this or not. So.
I'll give it a try. Thank you very much, everybody, all the people that appeared here. I apologized earlier. You're last on the agenda, so you're here a little bit late, and I know it's important to you. It's important to me, too. I was really surprised when it came up, too, just like Councilmember Sanchez, in the sense I hadn't really heard about it until the people came. I talked to the applicant and the pilot. I talked to both sides. I kind of left it to my mind that I will wait to this meeting, listen to everybody, and see what I think. I want to give a little more time about everybody's going to talk on this. It's a popular neighborhood. It's been here a long time, so I do relate to everybody out there. Some of them are friends. The gentleman, I think the biggest problem I had at the beginning was, I agreed, I thought it was necessarily a wrong place for it. Maybe I thought near the airport or someplace else, but he bought the land. And it was kind of a situation where a little different approach than that. He bought the land, and it's big input for him. So what can I tell you? It's an issue I thought about, I wanted to talk about. I asked him. He bought the land because he was running out of time. It fits everything. I know you may not want to hear this, but it fits all of our requirements. The Planning Commission, the staff, and everybody else, and people from the Chamber of Commerce and visitors, tourism, all got involved. And I tell you what, it's kind of a hard one. It's a hard one because I really respect the neighborhoods, but I think that this is a particular location that's been designated a commercial area. I did follow up. I did drive by the place in San Diego. I didn't get out. I was trying to drive by, and I didn't hear any real noise out there. Maybe they weren't doing it, but anyhow, I went to Nicholas Drive, got out, and right to the edge of the golf course. I looked at it. It's directly out in front of Nicholas Drive, and I thought the building wouldn't really stand out that much. It wasn't going to really impact the area per se. Then I talked to the young gentleman, and he said that he guaranteed the noise wouldn't bother anybody because he would look into enclosing the cooling system, which made most of the noise. Anyhow, I can't win on this one. I can't make one side or the other happy. So I looked at all the people who approved it and put it, and I didn't go to the council because we can't talk to them. It's a Brown Act violation. But I tell you what, I had a hard time making a decision on this one because all the other people that you heard talk also talked to me, from the Chamber of Commerce, the staff, the Planning Commission, and whatever. So I made my decision tonight, not another time. Jack, I know you have to make a decision, but for right now, I'll make a decision on it. And Esther, you have your light on to speak again, or?
I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
I heard the applicant say he would maintain the private road for this community, right? That's included?
Sorry? What are you asking?
Yeah, staff.
So that is a civil matter between the owner of that property and the easement holder. So if they wanted to enter into a cost-sharing agreement, that would be a civil matter that would have to be taken care
So
of.
it's not included in this as a condition?
No, it is not, because that is a private road, and they have all the legal rights to use that road.
But just to be clear, there is a condition in the Planning Commission resolution if you're talking about any damage that's done. Condition 23 requires all damaged pavement sections on Vista Way and Valley Glen Drive along the property frontage shall be repaved half street plus 12 feet in accordance with the City of Oceanside pavement design guidelines.
Okay. What about the hours of operation? That wasn't included. Why wasn't it included?
Again, generally,
Hours of operation.
the city doesn't regulate hours of operation. When the use is conditionally permitted, we can include conditions of approval which outline those hours of operation. This use is permitted by right in the zoning district in which it's proposed to be located in. Therefore, there's a mechanism really for us to include a restriction on their hours of operation.
So they can do all day, all night, doesn't matter.
The city doesn't regulate those hours of operation for this type of use.
What are the hours of operation?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The standard hours are usually 9 to 9, and the weekends it goes a couple hours past that. But like I said, we've demonstrated that we're not noisy, so there's no noise created by us operating.
Thank you. I know you said the sound was going to be addressed. Is it going to be for the fan?
Yes, we from the Mission Valley location, their mechanical yard, and that's where the noise is created. It's the big cooling system. I believe this building has a chiller similar to that, but it's a Train manufactured chiller that cools. They're on the side of the building, and there's a big gap in their actual yard that lets out noise. Ours is going to be on the highway side, and there won't be any gaps. We're going to have, a steel door that stops the noise, and also we're going to put dampening technology on the roof. And also different than their actual chiller, we're investing in the noise dampening technology that Train offers for additional cost to make it even quieter than theirs are. And that again, it will be below all the measurements that we took. So we want to be a good neighbor and a long-lasting neighbor. We want to address everybody's problems and make sure that there's no complaints about the noise.
Thank you. I think...
I'm sorry. Can I make just one more comment?
Go right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No more questions for you. This is a unique use. $59 for 2 minutes in the air. I just don't see how, I understand that these have not gone out of business, but I just have some very big concerns about having this there, where you don't have, it's just through traffic, hurry up and get out of here, hurry up and get to, other parts. It's not really to stop. There's nothing else there. It does not make sense to me. So it really doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, everybody, please vote.
And just for clarification as you're voting, the motion is to uphold the Planning Commission's project and deny the appeal. You can continue the voting. Motion approved, 3-2, Sanchez and Feller no. The appeal has been no longer in effect.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's what it is, and I appreciate your time. I truly do, and it's a tough decision. But anyhow, for the rest of us, we go on to the item. Let's go to 29.
Yes, item number 29.
I got it, Jack. This is the adoption of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside, California, amending certain provisions of the Oak Horizon Specific Plan to allow horizontal mixed-use residential development and related amendments.
Thank you.
No public on this item.
No public. Back to you. Anybody?
Move adoption.
Move adoption.
Okay.
You have it.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
I don't know if any of you want to go to council item reports or continue.
John, I just want to put this on the overhead. I have to work.
I have one thing.
Go ahead when the time comes.
I would just like to let everybody know that Millie Casson did pass at the end of April, and her service is Friday at Carlsbad by the Sea at 1:30, and it's I think it's going to be a nice tribute to her. Jack and Millie were great citizens of Oceanside for a long time. And that's all I have. I know there's a lot going on and coming up, but
Chuck, anything? Deputy Mayor? I got that for you.
Thank you so much. Friday is Bike to Work Day. Bring in that camera. We're waiting over here. Woohoo!
They left a while ago.
They already left.
No.
Yeah, KOCT has gone home. Anyway, Friday's Bike to Work day, and if I come to work, I promise I'll ride my bike. But I might not, well, look at that. A lot of orange. That's a safety orange.
The other side is better.
There's another side, too. Anyway, it's a Sandag-sponsored event, and they are putting a lot of locations for people to go by and get T-shirts and bagels all over the county.
Uncover the thing for Jerry Curry. Anything else?
Thank you.
Esther? No?
No, I just want KOCT, if they go to the overhead, the library book sale is this weekend.
Well done.
I need you to come and buy a lot of books, because otherwise what you do not buy, I have to carry away. So, I have to schlep them away. So anyway, please come and buy books. It's at the Code Enforcement Office at 602 Civic Center Drive. Thank you.
The only thing I have, a lot of things I've gone to, KOCT, and the kids that came here visited every year this time they visit us, but the involved men, fish fry, hit all that. But the Grandmaster from Taekwondo is June the 4th at the stadium in the harbor, the audio stadium down. And this is Grandmasters come from all around the world, put on a show. It's really worthwhile. Stop by and see it. Other than that, thank you for information regarding this. Thank Cass. I can't think of her first name. Thank you very much. Be safe. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.